is 9:09 a.m. We're going to call this meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please take the roll call?
Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm going to ask everyone to stand for the invocation, which will be led by Dr. Syed Ramadan. And I'm going to ask everyone to remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon all of you. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the specially merciful. I praise Allah, the Almighty God, and I ask Him to send His blessings, peace, and mercy upon the prophets and the messengers. I ask Allah, the Almighty God, to bless this meeting to make it beneficial and productive for our beloved city and our dear community. O Allah, give the council members the wisdom and guidance while discussing the items before them. May every decision they make be righteous in your sight for our benefit and for your glory. O Allah, grant our city, our community, and our country safety and security. O Allah Almighty, guide all of us to the right way and the straight path, the path of those who gain your blessings, bounties, and graces. O Allah Almighty God, accept. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that invocation. City Clerk, do we have any changes to today's agenda?
We have a few. First, I'd like to announce we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, closed captioning as well. We also have an in-house Spanish translator, Laura, and I will ask her to quickly announce to the audience what her services are.
Good morning. My name is Laura. I will be providing Spanish interpretation today. If you need a headset, please come to the back. If you have a public comment, please wait for the interpreter so that your message can be fully conveyed. Buenos días, me llamo Laura. Voy a proporcionar los servicios de interpretación el día de hoy en español. Si le hace falta algún auricular, por favor pase a la parte posterior del cuarto. Si va a dar un comentario público, por favor pase a la parte de atrás y espere que llegue la intérprete para que se pueda relatar su mensaje completamente.
Thank you. And as for changes to the agenda, first I would like to announce there is a separately noticed special meeting, open session, file ID 231480. It is resolution clarifying the applicability of Community Facilities District 18, and that is was noticed for 9 o'clock a.m. or soon thereafter as may be heard. And as for our regular meeting, items moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. First, we have 1D, as in dog, and that is file ID 231417 regarding actions pertaining to the California Department of Toxic Control Substances Equitable Community Revitalization Grant, Round 2. That item has been moved to the contested consent for further discussion by Council Member Arias. Then we have consent calendar item 1E as an elephant, that is file ID 231418, regarding the First Amendment to the agreement with Poverello House for Village of Hope Emergency Shelter Services. That item has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias for further discussion. We have consent calendar item 1N as in Nancy. That is file ID 231461, a resolution directing the city attorney to draft the Workforce Housing Affordability Act. That item has been moved to the contested consent for further discussion by Council Member Carbasi. And consent calendar item 1P, That is file ID 231475, a resolution directing the administration to prepare an annual appropriations resolution amendment relating to the payment of fees associated with the initiation of a plan amendment and rezone within District 4. That has been moved to the contested consent by Council President Maxwell. And the following items have been removed from the agenda. First, we have consent calendar item 1A, that is file ID 231430, approval of the minutes for September 28th, 2023. That was removed by staff and will return October 19th. We have closed session item 5B as in boy, that is file ID 231406, regarding one potential case. That has been removed from the agenda by staff. And finally, we have a scheduled 3 o'clock p.m. item, that is file ID 231436, actions pertaining to proposed Harmony Communities proposed closure of La Hacienda Mobile Estates. That was removed from the agenda by the City Attorney's Office and will be renoticed and rescheduled for November 16th at 3 o'clock p.m. Those are all the changes I have received.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm going to take it to my colleagues now, go in numerical order to see if they have any additional changes to today's agenda. Councilmember Carbasi?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Arias?
Nothing further.
Councilmember Chavez?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Bredefield?
No.
Councilmember Esparza?
No.
Council Vice President Perea? And I have none either. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
I got a motion by Arias and a second by Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. All right, folks, that's going to bring us to the ceremonial presentation portion of today's agenda. We have a few honorees in the audience today that we wish to give proclamations to. The first one is Proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This will be sponsored by myself and the Office of Mayor and the City Manager. If you're here with PD and Marjorie Mason Center, if you could please join us at the front at this time.
Oh, I don't know. Good question. Erica, what happened to you? I fell.
Yeah, both sides.
Make
Come
sure you
on in,
file workman's
folks. Yeah,
comp.
you come on both sides. Well, good morning, everybody. As I mentioned, we have here with us the Marjorie Mason Center. This is probably one of the most difficult proclamations to give out every year, and it's because we continuously have more to do as a city to combat domestic violence. Born and raised in Fresno, but I moved away for a few years. When I came back in 2016, I got a job working for Fresno County Probation as a victim advocate. And I knew coming to Fresno that domestic violence was an issue. It is in every community. But when I started that position, I learned that we, at that time, had a domestic violence rate that was 62% higher than the state percentage. And so I really discovered at that time it was an epidemic facing our city. For a short time, I worked crime scene investigations with the Fresno Police Department, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say about 1 in every 2 or 3 calls I would go out to was a domestic violence disturbance. Last year alone, we had 9,000 calls of domestic violence to our Fresno Police Department. To break that down, 9,000 calls for domestic violence is on average 1 domestic violence disturbance every hour of every day for the entire year. Unfortunately, over the last 5 years, we've had 20 domestic violence-related deaths. So I'm not exaggerating when I say this still continues to be an epidemic here in our community. But fortunately for survivors of domestic violence or folks that are going through domestic violence, there are incredible resources available to them. And the top one is right here with us today, and that's the Marjorie Mason Center. I've had the honor of working with Nicole and a lot of her staff over the years in my different capacities, and they're the only organization out there in the Fresno community that offers emergency shelter space exclusively for domestic violence victims and survivors. They serve predominantly women, but they also serve men and children. They've done a phenomenal job going out to high schools and educating young folks about the dangers of domestic violence, because unfortunately in our community, domestic violence affects folks of every age group, including minors. And so they've really done a commendable job. So it's with a heavy heart that we continue to present this proclamation, because we still have to raise awareness, because it is still very prevalent in our community. But we're very fortunate to have the good folks of Marjorie Mason Center here with us today, and we'll give them an opportunity to speak. But before we do so, I do want to hand it off to the mayor to say a few words.
Thank you, Council President. You can hold this. It's your proclamation. Domestic violence is one of the most underreported crimes that we see in the law enforcement. And it's very unfortunate, but there's reasons. Because domestic violence is at the hands of a loved one. And oftentimes the victim thinks that the situation's going to get better, but really it never does. And oftentimes it escalates into more violence. And unfortunately, as you heard the statistics, 20 people being killed as a result of domestic violence. And so fortunately, we have places where victims can turn to. And unfortunately, we don't have enough of the beds that we actually need in Fresno to accommodate it. But we're very fortunate for the Marjorie Mason Center, because they are the only dedicated service that we have in our community for domestic violence victims. And for the most part, they are full all the time, unfortunately. Incredible staff. I had the pleasure of serving on that board for over a decade, and I got to see firsthand the work that's being done in our community. So, Nicole, thank you. You have been a godsend. I had the opportunity as a board member to hire you, and you did not disappoint, and she has been outstanding. But I want to say thank you to the Marjorie Mason Center, to the family. This is why Marjorie Mason Center began, right here. And so it's my honor to be able to stand here today on this proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council President. It's an honor to stand up here with the family of Marjorie Mason, whose name is now, bears the name of the center. And this continues to be a major issue here in the Fresno community. That's why the Fresno Police Department remains focused on being partnered with the Marjorie Mason Center. In the last year, we've added an additional sergeant, 2 additional detectives, so we can provide a better service. And we've worked hand in hand with the Marjorie Mason Center to provide more information. Now there's a dashboard online where anybody can go and get information, stats, data on what's happening in Fresno County. We also, working hand in hand with the Marjorie Mason Center, developed a threat assessment that now all Fresno police officers are using. Anytime they respond to a domestic violence call, they're able to do that assessment, and if we feel that that victim is in danger of their life, we call the Marjorie Mason Center, and they help us place them in an emergency shelter. So without them, we could not do that, and literally lives have been saved because of that. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing. Thank you to the family of Marjorie Mason, and we'll continue the hard work.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alfred Mason, Marjorie's brother, and we appreciate the council and especially Nicole and the Marjorie Mason Center for stepping up all these years and taking care of what needs to seriously be done. I, as a retired police officer, also responded to some numerous domestic family disturbances, and this is just such a great honor just to be here with everyone, and as the Mason family appreciates everything that has been done throughout the years. Thank you.
I'm gonna hand this back.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Tyler's got it. I don't need to introduce anybody because everybody's already been introduced, other than Ashley Wolf, who's our Director of Philanthropy in the back. So Domestic Violence Awareness Month is all through the month of October, and it's an opportunity for all of the community-based organizations to raise awareness and to help reach out to the community, make sure there's resources. Those numbers are staggering, and yet those are the only numbers that got reported to law enforcement. I want to thank the the law enforcement team specifically, we could not do our work without them. Those are the most dangerous calls they go on, and yet they care fiercely, and we regularly communicate to the community that it's important to call, that lives are saved. Through that dashboard that we started, I was super excited about, we now have a way to show the community what's really happening on those calls. I think most staggering, most of us still think of domestic violence as a married couple type of situation, but in the first 6 months of this calendar year, almost 1,000 of the calls to law enforcement in Fresno County were under the age of 18. So the marching orders for everybody in this room today is talk to loved ones in your life. This isn't something that you wait till somebody's like far down the road. Like when they're first having a conversation with somebody that they're interested in developing a relationship, talk about the components of respect and good communication, not power and control. What we see in the media is unhealthy. And what we need to do is model and communicate. You've never sat with a loved one who lost their lives and said, I wish I didn't say something or do something. Well, you have the opportunity to do something today. This month, we're going to have our top 10 professional women awards. We have several alums from within the city of Fresno specifically. And so obviously City Manager Georgianne White was last year, and Deputy Chief Mindy Castro was last year. This year, Sergeant Marissa Jackson is one of our honorees, along with many other deserving women. So I encourage people to come October 18th. Purple Thursday is October 19th. It's a national day to wear purple. I have ribbons. I know some of you have worn purple today, so thank you for that. I have ribbons for those of you that don't have them, and we have extras if anybody in the audience would like one. And then just an announcement. Marjorie Mason Center has continued to utilize old facilities, so in the next 14 months, we'll be moving to a new space that provides a new community resource center and helps better double our service capacity for the community, hopefully to address domestic violence at its onset. So I just want to thank the mayor, Council President Maxwell, and all the members of the Fresno City Council for your continued support and partnership with us. The last thing people ask, like, where are these calls happening from the dashboard? The highest calls so far were 93722, 93726, 93727, and 93706. And I share that because those are all across the city, which means we all have work to do. So thank you so much for your support. I don't know who gets my microphone back.
Thank you. City Clerk, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, which through education allows the community to acknowledge and support survivors and advocates in ending the cycle of abuse. And whereas domestic violence is widespread and annually affects more than 12 million people in the United States without regard to age, race, religion, or economic status. On average, 1 in 3 women is killed each day as a result of domestic violence. In the city of Fresno since 2017, there have been nearly 20 domestic violence-related deaths. And whereas nearly 9,000 domestic violence calls were received by the City of Fresno law enforcement agencies in 2022, as Fresno's only dedicated provider of domestic violence, safe housing, and comprehensive support services, the Marjorie Mason Center in the past year has served more than 7,500 adults and children affected by domestic violence and has also provided services to those who cause harm. And whereas the Marjorie Mason Center actively partners with the City of Fresno Police and Planning and Development Departments to ensure survivors have access to safe housing, receive support with restraining orders, and other services. And whereas October 19th is known as Purple Thursday, a nationwide day dedicated to remembering domestic violence victims, supporting survivors, and raising awareness of local resources available to end the cycle of domestic violence. And whereas a partnership of organizations has emerged to directly confront this crisis and is achieving results, the Marjorie Mason Center, along with law enforcement, healthcare providers, clergy, and concerned citizens, are helping to end domestic violence. We must recognize the compassion and dedication of these volunteers and professionals while increasing the public understanding of this crucial issue. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim October 2023 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
All right, next up will be Code Enforcement Appreciation, which will be sponsored by myself, Council Vice President Preya, and we'll have City Attorney Andrew Jans, and of course, City Attorney Erica Camarena joining us up here. How you doing, Erica? I'm all right. You want right there in the middle? Right in the middle. Guest of honor. Hello again, everybody. As I mentioned, this is Code Enforcement Appreciation Day here in the city of Fresno, and we just wanted to take some time to really honor and highlight some of the good work our code enforcement team does throughout the city of Fresno. I can tell you that there's not a single neighborhood in my entire district that these folks haven't gone into and made a huge difference. I've had some homes that have had squatters living inside for years, have completely torn the place apart. And as you can imagine, if you're a neighbor or you have a child nearby, it creates a very nightmarish situation. And unfortunately, we've had quite a few of those in District 4, but been really fortunate to have our competent code enforcement team going through and turning those properties around in less than a year. I've had one over by Rotary Park that was really plaguing our neighborhood, getting calls every single week from different neighbors complaining about people coming in and out of this house, selling drugs. The windows were smashed, water was running constantly, and in 9 months, this team was able to turn it around and make it into a really good home again. And there's just countless examples of situations like this throughout my district alone, and I could assume the same for every other council member up there. So just want to take the time. I think you guys are probably one of the most effective teams here in the city of Fresno. You guys work extremely hard. You're a dedicated team, and it's making a big difference with the quality of life with so many people here in our city. So on behalf of the city council, I just want to thank you, City Attorney, and Erica for leading that department and doing a great job at doing it. So thank you very much.
All right, so I think you guys have one of the hardest jobs in our city. It's solely, primarily up to you guys to make sure that every single resident in our city walks out their front door and thinks that they live in the most beautiful neighborhood in Fresno. And so that's really the basis of what they do. And your team is not just one that sets the bar, but continuously raises the bar every single time you go out into the community. And so for that, I am forever grateful on behalf of the folks of District 1. We get complimented all the time about the swift action your team takes to solve problems. And so if you're part of a code enforcement team, can you raise your hand? There we go. Very grateful for the work that you all do. This week is your week, and the importance of this week is really to highlight the good work that the women and men of the City of Fresno Code Enforcement Department does every single day. And so for that, I'm forever grateful, and you have my full support. And just to let folks know, for the first time in our city's history, we now have a nighttime, an after-hours code enforcement team. And so I want to thank Erica and Andrew for getting that set up for us. Code enforcement issues do not stop at 5 o'clock. They do not stop on the weekends. And so now we have a team dedicated solely to tackling those problems, thanks to the support of this council right here. Andrew, can I pass it off to you now to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Thank you, Council President, for the kind words. Thank you to the Code Enforcement family for all that you do. I have some news actually today that I wanted to announce. Erica Camarena is being awarded and recognized as the first ever top recipient of the California Association of Code Enforcement Officers Bruce Dunham Leadership Award at their next meeting in November. The award recognizes one individual executive manager or supervisor in the entire state of California for outstanding support and advancement of the code enforcement profession. Yet again, the city of Fresno is the envy of other municipalities as a result of the effectiveness of one of our leaders. Congratulations, Erica.
All right, well, First and foremost, thank you to all of our code enforcement officers. You guys are amazing every single day. You never cease to amaze me with all the new challenges you take on and all the new projects you take on with a good attitude, and you just go out there and get the job done. This proclamation is for you. You definitely have earned it, and for basically all the positive differences that you've made in so many residents' lives here in this beautiful city of ours. So thank you. And with respect to the leadership award that I'm getting, I'm so honored and humbled that the state is recognizing me, but more so that my city family here is also recognizing me. I really am grateful for that. But I certainly could not be that leader without the strong team that I have behind me, which is all of you. And especially the remarkable management team that I have behind me, Christina Roberson, Christina Pacias, Anna Manzula, Pamela Madewell, and everyone in code enforcement, and certainly under our wonderful leadership of our city attorney, Andrew Jans. I couldn't thank them enough for giving me the inspiration I need to do my job. And yeah, and for you guys for making me look good, so thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, would you please read the proclamation into the record for us, please?
Whereas, code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of residents and communities throughout the city of Fresno through the diligent enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental health, and life safety. And whereas, code enforcement officers have a challenging and demanding role and often do not receive recognition for the job they do in improving the quality of life for residents and businesses of Fresno. And whereas, the role of code enforcement officers has tremendously expanded in recent years with increased reliance on their expertise and training. And whereas, code enforcement officers are certified, dedicated, and highly qualified professionals who share the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing community, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through knowledge, training, and application of housing, zoning, and nuisance laws. And whereas, code enforcement officers often have a highly visible role in the community and interact with the public daily, as well as with other government agencies. And whereas, the city of Fresno takes this time to recognize, thank, and honor code enforcement officers and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improving the quality of life for the residents of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Tyler Maxwell, Council Vice President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby recognize the week of October 5th through 12th, 2023 to be Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in the city of Fresno. Woo!
And if you are with our code enforcement team, can you come meet us out in the lobby real quick? We're going to get a couple of group pictures with the entire team before you guys get back to work. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. Councilmember Carbasi, would you mind reading the remainder of the proclamations for us? Thank you. Just announcing which ones that we have.
Okay, next proclamation is going to be for Frank Ramos Day. The sponsor is Councilmember Arias.
City Clerk, ready? All right,
Correct.
today we're going to do this a little differently as we normally do proclamations or recognitions. As the council colleagues know, I don't do these too often. I try to save them for folks who are really important and deserving of these recognitions. But today is quite special. We're going to have two of them at the same time. So if Mr. Frank Ramos can come up and Phil Roman. A little tidbit for the council. Come on up, guys. These gentlemen are original residents of West Fresno, and they're also cousins. So we're going to start off this recognition with having the city clerk read their biographies each. If you would, city clerk, we'll start with the resolutions.
Whereas, Frank Ramos, a resident of West Fresno, a graduate of San Joaquin High School, and a 1960 Fresno State College graduate, began his illustrious career in the U.S. Treasury Department, Internal Revenue Service, and whereas Frank Ramos, over the course of his employment with the IRS, held crucial positions in the tax compliance, tax processing, tax accounts, collection, and taxpayer information divisions in California, Arizona, and West Virginia. Mr. Ramos paved the way for Latinos to hold high-level positions. And whereas in 1971, Mr. Ramos was a member of a hand-picked national IRS team tasked to plan and execute the startup operation of a new 8,000-employee IRS tax return processing center in Fresno, the largest employer in the Fresno community at that time. And whereas in 1989, Mr. Ramos was recruited for a senior executive position in the U.S. Small Business Administration, SBA, during the George H.W. Bush administration, where he was the only Latino senior executive to serve on the SBA in the nation. And whereas in 1999, Mr. Ramos was recruited to serve as the Chief Deputy Director for the Department of Minority Business Enterprise during the administration of Governor James Gilmore III in Richmond, Virginia. During his second year in this position, Mr. Ramos was recruited by the Department of Defense Transition Team for then-President George W. Bush's administration. Mr. Ramos served as the Director of Small Business Programs for all the Department of Defense military branches, for which he was awarded the Secretary of Defense Medal for Exceptional Public Service for his great leadership. And whereas we celebrate Frank Ramos for his remarkable leadership, his countless accomplishments, and his unwavering dedication to public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer, do hereby proclaim the 5th of October, 2023 to be Frank Ramos Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, City Clerk. And before I turn over the mic to Mr. Ramos, I want to acknowledge Mr. Phil Roman, who's also on Zoom joining us. I think he's busy in Hollywood. So if you can read his proclamation before we turn over to Mr. Phil Roman.
Certainly. Whereas Phil Roman, a resident of West Fresno and a graduate of San Joaquin High School, is a gifted Mexican-American artist who is known worldwide for his outstanding career in animation that has earned him 6 Emmy Awards. And whereas Phil Roman, who at the age of 11 first saw Walt Disney's Bambi at a local Fresno theater and decided to be an artist who would bring drawings to life, Mr. Roman worked as an usher at Warner's Theater, and in September 1949, Mr. Roman boarded a bus to Los Angeles with $60 in his pocket to attend a cartoon and animation school. And whereas Phil Roman left to serve in the Air Force during the Korean War for 4 years and returned in January 1955 to continue his artistic education. And whereas Phil Roman was hired by Disney to work as an assistant animator on Sleeping Beauty in 1955, this adventure led Mr. Roman to San Francisco to work with Imagination, Inc., and to Hollywood to work for Warner Brothers, MGM, and UPA. In 1984, Mr. Roman formed his own studio, Film Roman, Inc. And whereas Phil Roman has won numerous honors and awards over the course of his career for various films and TV specials, including You're a Good Sport, Charlie Brown, 1975, Life is a Circus, Charlie Brown, in 1980, Garfield on the Town, Garfield in the Rough, the Garfield Halloween Special, Garfield's Babes and Bullets, and The Simpsons TV series, 1992 through 99. Mr. Roman most recently received the Pobladores Award from La Plaza de Century y Artes in 2021. And whereas, beyond animation, Phil Roman is engaged and committed to the larger community as he served on several boards and committees, including the U.S. Senate Republican Task Force on Hispanic Affairs and the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. And whereas we celebrate Phil Roman for his outstanding contributions to the animation industry, his countless accomplishments, and his unwavering dedication to the arts and culture that has brought joy to many worldwide. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer, do hereby proclaim the 5th of October, 2023 to be Phil Roman Day in the city of Fresno.
So there you have it, City of Fresno. During the Hispanic Heritage Month, 2 Latino primos from West Fresno that have worked at the highest level of the federal government and have worked at the highest levels of Hollywood in the creative motion picture world. Those are the folks that also have called West Fresno and City of Fresno home. So with that, let me turn it over to Mr. Ramos and Mr. Roman for any few words.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and City Councilman and Councilman Arias and your Chief of Staff, Ms. Olea, I want to thank you for allowing me to come here today. I want you to look at me as a little boy, skinny, T-shirt, Levi's with torn knees, and floppy shoes. My parents came from Zacatecas, Guanajuato, and I grew up in Golden, West Fresno. I grew up with the Chinese, Japanese, German, Volga, Russians, Filipino, blacks, and my good friend Morita Benedetto, the Italians and the Mexicans. It was an experience that I always cherish growing up in West Fresno. We didn't have the subjects that you have now where you got worried about police. We used to sleep with the doors open at night. It's changed. I grew up in that era. I grew up near Frank H. Ball Playground with my buddies, and we played there all the time, safely. I went to Lincoln Elementary School, where my teachers taught me math, how to read effectively. And then I went to San Joaquin Memorial. It is the turning experience of my life going to San Joaquin Memorial. I view it as the best high school in Fresno. It's got a unique culture. 99% of the kids from San Joaquin Memorial go to four-year school. Minorities, rich kids, poor kids. It's a school that has a separate culture, and that culture made me. And I still view myself as that little boy, skinny boy growing up. The experience of being in West Fresno, having to speak Spanish to my parents and my elders, enabled me to do things that I never dreamed of in my life. It helped me in the IRS. I taught every country in Latin America except Cuba tax administration for the Department of State. How could I do that if it had not been that I grew up in West Fresno with Mexican parents? The other thing is that San Joaquin Memorial gave me an ability to focus and concentrate and understand the classics. I can recite Dante and Shakespeare today because of San Joaquin Memorial. And not everybody could do that. Here's that skinny, dumb kid from West Fresno that was given these characteristics and attributes to do things for the city. And I sure do the thing. It also enabled me to be the first of my entire family, the Ramos family, to be a college graduate. Every one of my grandkids, no, every one of my sons have a college degree. My 5 grandkids all have a college degree. And they all came from me, a humble person in West Fresno. My granddaughter just got her master's degree with a 4.0 grade average on a scholastic scholarship. And I reflect back, Councilman, why is it this kid from West Fresno was been able to do this? It's because I had those attributes that the culture in West Fresno gave me. The Mexican culture, the Italian culture, all these cultures that enabled me to do that. Because we faced a lot of adversity and challenges, and we learned to overcome them and do things in the hard way. I want to thank you and thank the mayor for allowing me to address this. I've had a lot of experiences in my life. Interesting that skinny boy from West Fresno has gotten a lot of awards from everybody, including the Secretary of Defense. And I cherished it because when I was back in Washington, D.C., I looked back in Fresno in the sanity of my neighborhood where we left the front doors open at night. Imagine, do that today. So I want to thank you again for memorizing me, my family, my children, my wife, who supported me through all this. And my primo, Phil Roman, he's a cousin of me. We live in the same block in West Fresno. His parents come from Zacatecas too. And he's a famous man, and I want to congratulate my primo for that. And Mayor, I have one special thing to give to the city as a result of all these so-called accomplishments, is that skinny kid from West Fresno. And I'd like to have the mayor come up because there's something special.
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I was appointed to a directorship in the Secretary of Defense's office and I came on board 9/11. I walked the hallways where you can smell the soot, and the first meeting I went to, in what they call a skiff room, a secure room, was to plan for our special forces to go and attack our enemy. And what did they need? They need Israeli night vision goggles, which I arranged, a mule, some mules, and dates. And why do you say mules and dates? Because Afghanistan was a cashless society, and the dates came from Fresno. I arranged that. So the special forces used the dates as barter when they engaged the enemy in Afghanistan. I was also involved with the reconstruction of the Pentagon. I arranged for the contractors and what have you. And two ladies, when they walked in that were involved in the reconstruction with shopping bags, plastic ones, and they were full of rocks, looks like. And she said, "Mr. Ramos, this is for you." I said, "What is it?" They are remnants of the limestone from the location of the Pentagon where the plane hit. There is no place in the United States that you'll find this. And I had a bag full. And I want to give you this, Mr. Mayor. It is a small, thank you, which has a fragment of the limestone from the Pentagon where the airplane hit. There's very few places that have it. The only place in Fresno is at the Alumni House that I gave to the President Welty at the time when I got Top Dog Award. So this is a remnant of this West Fresno.
Zoom there. Mr. Roman?
Good morning. I would like to thank the Fresno City Council and especially Councilman Arias for this outstanding honor. I'm really, really pleased and just overwhelmed by this occasion. I was born in Fresno in 1930 at the very start of the Great Depression. My parents came from Mexico, my father from Zacatecas, my mother from Sinaloa. And they settled in West Fresno on Cowan Street. It was a great neighborhood, a lot of friends and relatives. And it doesn't exist anymore. It was changed, and the location is very close to the intersection of the 99 and 180 freeways. So I cannot go home again. But I think the major turning point in my life was when I was about 12 years old, and my mother took me to the Tower Theater to see Bambi. And that movie just captured my imagination. I was impressed by the color, by the emotion, by the characters, by the story, that I decided to, at that moment, that I wanted to be an artist who could animate and make those characters move. And so I started drawing. And little by little, I just learned by reading, and there were no schools around to teach animation. So, but when I was in high school, I went to Memorial. And one of the great things about Memorial was that I asked if I could have a comic strip in a school paper. And the nun said, yes, of course. So that was a great boost, morale booster, I'll tell you, because all of a sudden I felt like my drawing was paying off. And so I had a comic strip the school newspaper that I got a lot of comments on. And in fact, a few years ago, I gave I donated 2 of my Emmys, one from Simpsons and one from Garfield, to the school, and thankfulness and the gratitude for what they did and my love for the school. So if anybody wants to see an actual Emmy, go to Sam Keene Memorial, and you'll see 2 of them there. And anyway, I think you covered most of what I did, but I'll fine tune some of the stuff. When I graduated from high school, I couldn't. I didn't have the money to go to art school, so I stayed around, worked with Warner Brothers as a doorman, and I saved $60. And in 1949, I got on a bus with $60 in my pocket to go to come to Los Angeles to find an art school. And thinking back, I think a pretty gutsy decision, but I had to do it. Nobody was going to do it for me. And so my teacher there was an animator. They used to work at Disney. And he, the first person I ever met from Disney that actually had worked there. And my goal was to work at Disney. And anyway, my dream came true in 1955, and May 1955, when I was hired as an apprentice at Disney's. And after a month, I stayed on the permanent staff. And I worked on Donald Duck, Sleeping Beauty, and the Mickey Mouse Club, and Wonderful World at Disney. And that was the greatest experience. I was there with all these creative people. There was such energy in that studio. And one of the highlights was going to Disneyland, the opening of Disneyland in July of 1955. I still have the tickets and all that came with it. All the studio was invited. And anyway, from there, I kind of, I went to, started working with Chuck Jones at MGM. Now, Chuck was a great legendary director. He had done Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, a lot of wonderful stories. He was now at MGM, and I was one of his animators. And so we worked on Tom and Jerry, shorts for television, for theaters, and also worked on The Grinch That Stole Christmas. And in fact, I think I'm the last surviving member of the crew on the Grinch. And I also worked on the Dot on the Line, which won an Oscar. And from there, from there I went to Bill Melendez Studios to direct the Charlie Brown shows. And so now Bill Melendez was a fellow Mexican American, and so we got along terrifically. He was just a great guy, great sense of humor, and so I got to work with him and Charles Schultz on 14 half-hour shows that I directed. And then one of my goals was to have my own studio. And so that was, I had directed, I had animated, I had been at Disney. All those goals had been completed, but one had not been completed. That was to have my own studio. So I quit. And in January of 1984, I started my own studio, Film Roman. And just taking a big gamble because I just had to get out of my system. The first project I worked on was Garfield in the Rough. It's a Garfield special. And I did it on budget. I did it on schedule. And it won an Emmy. And so I was off and running. And so then I started doing Garfield specials, and then started doing Garfield and Friends for Saturday morning. And Garfield got 3 Emmys of those we did. And then we started doing other shows, Garfield, The Simpsons, that got 3 Emmys. Then we got King of the Hill, the Critic, Bobby's World, Felix the Cat, and Tom and Jerry the movie, working with Joe Rivera and Henry Mancini, and it was we just kept growing and growing. And from the two employees that I started with in 1984 to 1996, we had grown to over 500 employees, and we're one of the major studios supplying animation for Saturday morning and prime time. So when I talk to kids, I tell them to dream and dream big, because dreams do come true, even for a little Mexican kid from Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. On behalf of a city council that grew up on Simpsons and a mayor that probably grew up on Garfield, the original version, thank you for your years of contributions. And to this skinny kid from West Fresno, who's now a giant in your family and in our community, thank you both primos for your contributions and a life well lived. As we categorize the history of West Fresno at the new West Fresno City College campus, we will make sure to include your stories in that history of West Fresno, because as you say, the richness and the diversity of West Fresno has developed quite a bit of leaders in our community, and thank you for your years of contributions and your life well lived. Thank you both primos. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day, which will be sponsored by Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. If I could have our friends at the Wyatt Warrior Society come on up and join me as well. All right, good morning, folks. Good morning. This is the, I forget, third or fourth time now that we here at City Hall have the privilege of presenting this proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day here at the City Council, acknowledging our colonial past and celebrating the preservation of indigenous culture. This proclamation will be received today by our friends at the Wyatt Warrior Society. I would like to introduce you to Tani Lavelle. We can give her a round of applause. The Wyatt Warrior Society is an organization who works to preserve the legacy of Native peoples for future generations through education, through athletics, and most of all through community service. Although we are here celebrating today, everyone is welcome to join us this coming Monday at 10:30 outside of City Hall. And that will be our third Indigenous People celebration consecutively here in 2023. So we'll have a number of different performances, some speakers, there'll be different vendors. It is usually a great time, and welcome everyone to join us to celebrate on the actual Indigenous Peoples Day, which is this coming Monday, October 9th. But in addition to that, I did want to make sure that we recognize Indigenous Peoples Day here at the actual council meeting for the official record. And again, it's my privilege to introduce to you Tani Lavelle, who is accepting the proclamation this year on behalf of the Wyatt Warrior Society. So, Tani, we'd love to hear just a few words about the organization and the work you folks are doing.
I'll keep this brief, but the Wyatt Warrior Society was established about a year ago to serve underserved and underrepresented communities in the rural foothills. So we still have a huge community of Indian people who lack resources and lack services that everyone else has access to. So through athletics, through higher education opportunities and advocacy, I hope to provide those services to our Indian children who are involved in child welfare or who struggle to have resources, you know, simple things, food, water, sewer. Those things are still alive and well in our communities. So I appreciate Councilman Esparza and City Council for recognizing the indigenous people of this valley and in our foothills. And I thank you all for the work you do in this community as well.
Thank you, Tony, for that very important work. Not too different of a story just from folks in general who are not necessarily here in the urban area, lack access to resources. And we deeply appreciate your work and being sort of entrepreneurial in that sense and trying to reach folks who have not been reached yet and who lack those resources. So again, on behalf of the city of Fresno, it is my pleasure to provide to you the Indigenous Peoples Day Proclamation for 2023. And clerk, if we could please read the proclamation into the record.
Certainly. We deeply honor and celebrate the rich heritage and invaluable contributions of Indigenous peoples, especially paying homage to the Yukuts and the Mono communities, the original people of the Central Valley. And whereas, in moments where society might attempt to spotlight our differences, we in Fresno and the surrounding area recognize our true strength lie in the rich diversity of our collective histories. Whereas the tribes of the Central Valley have faced challenges through generations, but have stood firm against the structure of settler colonialism. Their brilliance in land stewardship and ecological knowledge created a land rich in natural resources. This land we call the Central Valley and Sierra Foothills has housed and fed millions. Whereas we are thankful for all First Nations and their contributions and unequivocally support the sovereignty and self-determination of the Yukuts and the Mono tribes, recognizing they have the right to self-governance, protect their sacred lands, and practice their life ways. And whereas, on Indigenous Peoples Day, we honor the resilience and immense contributions of the Yukuts and Mono peoples have made to the state of California, we reaffirm our commitment to upholding our solemn trust and treaty responsibilities to tribal nations, further strengthening our nation-to-nation ties. And whereas on this day, we reflect on the attempted genocide of California natives, understanding that tribal peoples challenge all of us to confront our past and do better. We must commit to understanding our colonial history, the broken treaties, and forced assimilation policies, ensuring a brighter future for the 7th generation and beyond. And whereas, embracing the spirit of Indigenous freedom, we urge every resident to pause, reflect, and truly appreciate the tenacity and spirit of all First Nations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Councilmember Nelson Esparza, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor Jerry Dyer do hereby proclaim the 5th of October, 2023 to be Indigenous Peoples Day.
Our last proclamation for the day will be celebrating Health Literacy Awareness Month, which will be sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
President, if I could have the folks that are going to be receiving this proclamation, please come forward. You can, all of them can come up. The West Fresno Family Resource Center. So today we have the honor. We can be on both sides here if you would like. come on over here on this side, maybe about 4 or 5 of you. So today we have the privilege of honoring Health Literacy Awareness Month. 24 years ago in October, was determined to be Health Literacy a Month across the nation. And there's good reason for that in the fact that 90% of Americans lack health literacy skills, which is all the more reason why we have the Cultural Community Wellness Coalition that's formed and a number of individuals that are here today through the through the Advanced Health Literacy Initiative, educating folks on health needs, and a number of other things. And what we saw during the pandemic, in our community especially, was the vulnerabilities that we have in Fresno, especially in many of our underserved neighborhoods. And those vulnerabilities are from really poor health needs, nutrition, and a number of things that ultimately allow people to become more susceptible to getting sick. And so you end up with unnecessary hospital visits, which puts a burden on our hospitals. And so really the education component is so critical for us. So what I'd like to do is have someone from the organization, Yolanda, or whoever you wants to speak, all right, talk about what you do within our community.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Janice Mathurin, and I'm the Director of Operations with West Fresno Family Resource Center. West Fresno Family Resource Center is a collaborative partner of the Community Wellness, Cultural Community Wellness Coalition. And on behalf of the Cultural Wellness Community Coalition, we'd like to thank the mayor and the members of the Fresno City Council for proclaiming October 2023 Health Literacy Awareness Month. In observance of, as the mayor has indicated, over 20 years ago, the awareness of health literacy became really, really important to address access to health care information. So in observance of National Health Literacy Awareness Month, the Fresno-based Cultural Community Wellness Coalition will host a health provider forum on Wednesday, October 18th, from 3:30 to 5:30 at the Wedgwood Event Center, as we shine a light on the critical role that health literacy can play in improving health outcomes in Fresno. So for the past 2 years, the Wellness Coalition has been doing its part to improve health literacy through their initiative, an initiative that was funded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the city of Fresno. So it's called Advancing Health Literacy to Enhance Equitable Community Response to COVID-19 and Chronic Health Conditions. This health provider forum is an opportunity to bring together community health workers, healthcare practitioners, community-based organizations, and agencies to share the results. We've had remarkable data that we've captured and share the results of this 2-year initiative, and how we can discuss how we can all work together to integrate and expand the mission of health literacy in Fresno. The wellness, you may ask, who is the wellness? The coalition. And so the coalition is actually a collaboration of 5 community-based organizations that serve underserved community. So West Fresno Family Resource Center, Central La Familia, Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministry, Reading and Beyond, and Jakara Movement. And so these agencies represent more than 100 years of combined experience servicing underserved communities in the city of Fresno and beyond. And so we've done remarkable work in the community, and we'd like to thank the mayor and the council for this proclamation proclaiming October as Health Literacy Awareness Month.
Thank you, Janice. Appreciate it. Clerk?
Whereas health literacy is the ability to understand basic information, the services needed to make important health decisions. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says 90% of Americans lack the health literacy skills necessary to prevent and manage disease and chronic conditions and to effectively navigate the complex healthcare system. And whereas unequal access to clear and understandable health information creates health disparities and results in unnecessary emergency room visits and hospitalizations, as well as negative health outcomes, up to and including death. And whereas taking action to improve health literacy locally is of great value, groups like Cultural Community Wellness Coalition, a collaboration of local community-based organizations, are committed to enhancing equitable outcomes for Fresno residents. And whereas Cultural Community Wellness Coalition is making a difference through the Advancing Health Literacy Initiative, this initiative mobilizes trained, culturally competent community health workers to address health disparities among high-risk, underserved racial and minority populations, while increasing their understanding of health-related concepts. This, in turn, improves communication between adults and their healthcare providers, which allows them to be more involved in their health and well-being decisions. And whereas bringing together community-based organizations and health providers and professionals where participants may exchange ideas, collaborate, and promote actionable strategies is improving health literacy in Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim October 2023 to be Health Literacy Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Alrighty, that brings us to everyone's favorite portion of the agenda, council member comments and reports. We'll start with council member Carbasi.
Thank you. All right, 10:16. Lots of great ceremonies today. So I'm going to try and be brief, but something just came up last night. Early in the morning, unfortunately, there was a very bad incident at Bullard and Fig Garden, where a clerk at a local AMPM was unfortunately violently stabbed by a member of the unhoused community. He's in serious condition at Community Medical Center. I really hope that he's okay and pulls through. But I want to thank the 5 officers that went and found the suspect and was able to get that person off the streets. Unfortunately, 2 of our officers were assaulted in that process. I've been told they're okay. But I want to thank our department for their professionalism and their willingness to, whenever someone, God forbid, is hurt in such a way, they will get that person and get him off the street so they can't hurt other people. Thank you so much, Chief Balderrama and Captain Rowe and the department for keeping Fresno, especially Northwest Fresno, safer. Fresno Fair just started yesterday. I was so proud to see Council Vice President Perea as part of the board. Great job. I know you guys are going to talk about that as we move down the line of council comments, so go to the fair. I was also happy to partner with Council Member Chavez on something that he brought up during the budget process, which is very important. It's funding for more detectives so we can make sure that elder abuse is not an underreported crime. We talked about domestic violence today, but elder abuse is one of those underreported crimes, and it really doesn't have to be that way. So if you see something, say something. There is a 24-hour hotline where somebody will answer. That is 600-3383. So if you suspect a neighbor, a loved one, a friend is a victim of financial abuse or physical abuse, elder abuse, please reach out to the hotline 600-3383. Couple of kudos for staff members. We had one of our latest District 2 community meetings. This was in the Clovis Unified area. I want to thank Scott Mosier, Jill Aiello, and Brett Connor from Public Works for attending to let folks know about all the amazing things that are happening related to public works throughout the district and the neighborhood. I also want to thank Aaron Aguirre and Kyle Jeffcoach for going with me on site visits at some of our parks, like Logan, Orchid, and the Fig Garden Loop Baseball Park. We have a lot of great things in process, but we also looked at some of the complaints we've received from residents and how we can make the parks better. And that splash pad, I'll tell you, it's very, very appealing. It was a hot day when we went out there. One disclosure, I know we're going to have an item on La Hacienda on the agenda. Housing is something I'm very passionate about. I think it's something very emotional for all of us, especially housing at all levels and something as affordable as mobile home housing. I made some off-the-cuff comments to media about this. When you have people coming to you every week talking about doom and gloom, and then doom and gloom happens, you pay attention to that. And I just want to make it very clear that I do believe that when the item does come before the council, I will look at all the facts and make the most impartial decision possible that benefits the residents of this city. And that is our job as council members. So last thing, Gibson Carnival. Thank you so much to the folks at Gibson for letting me attend the carnival. It was a lot of fun. I haven't been to an elementary school carnival since I was a kid, so that was exciting. And with that, thank you so much, Council President. On to the next.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. This weekend, we'll be partnering with Council Member Preya's office to repaint the artwork on the crosswalk on Olive and Washon, so we invite you all to attend. On October 14th, our office will also be partnering with several organizations to do a free bike and helmet giveaway in celebration of the new protected bike lanes going up and being completed in the district. And on Monday, the mayor and I will be doing the ribbon cutting for the new Roding dog park. So Mayor, bring your dog. I will bring mine, but it'll be the big one, so just make sure we keep them apart. All right, sounds good. Lastly, I want to just remind folks that the Hotel Fresno interest list is now open. If you're interested, call the number. We'll put your name down, and if you're selected, you'll be invited to complete the application to live in the historic Hotel Fresno. And this evening, Council, I invite you to attend the South of Shaw patio opening. Just some background. When we originally designed the area where South of Shaw is, it was designed with a lot of corners that had a lot of landscaping. Over time, that landscaping dies and it just becomes dirt patches. So the city took our approach. We invested from our district funds to do a patio improvement, offsite improvement for that area. That has now become an outdoor patio eatery for South of Shaw Restaurant and Brewery. So I invite you guys at 5:30 for a slice of pizza and beer on you if you want to join in this evening. It's also art hop, so it should be fun afterwards. And lastly, I got a lot of complaints from employees about being ticketed in the south lot from City Hall, or north lot, whatever you call that behind us. That is a private parking lot. I was not aware that parking department was enforcing private parking lots. I have spoken to the city manager about this. In the past, we had a standing practice that we would first give warnings whenever we're going to do new enforcement of parking tickets, especially in the downtown area. It doesn't look like that warning occurred. So if you have any questions and you got a ticket, contact the city manager directly. And her email is georgianne.white@fresno.gov. And she has an open door policy. In all seriousness, I genuinely think that we should at least be giving people warnings before we start enforcement, because we're not desperate for revenue at this time. So, and these are employees who are having a tough time getting through this, economic situation with prices rising across the city. But, as I communicate with the city manager, she oversees parking. So direct your concerns and suggestions to our city manager on that matter. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick updates. As many of you know, the Fresno Fair kicked off yesterday. Every year we get over 1 million people that come through the corridor and enjoy the cinnamon rolls, the corn dogs, the hot dogs, the games. So everybody get your stretchy pants ready. The fair is here. Please come out and support our local Fresno Fair. They've had a couple of tough years since the pandemic. Obviously, the numbers weren't what they were during the pandemic, but we want to make sure that we set records. I think we're going to do that this year with the lineups that they've had, with the entertainment that's lined up as well. So thank you to all the folks that have been working on, and special thank you to our Public Works folks that have been working hard around the clock, making sure that the area looks nice, that the turn lanes are delineated, the lights are working, that it's clean around the fair. We want to put our best face forward. And then also along those lines, Councilmember Carbasi mentioned it a little bit. I want to thank the mayor, our chief of police, and also our nonprofit organizations that have been working on the sensitive issue of elder abuse. It's a big problem. I sit on the Fresno Madera Agency on Aging as the representative of the city, and we are undertaking a comprehensive needs assessment and analysis that will be released here in the next couple of board meetings that we'll be having. I believe our next one's on the 18th, but there'll be some interesting data that comes out of there. One of them that stands out is that 30% of our seniors do not feel safe in their homes right now. And that's outside or inside of their homes. So the two detectives that are working on investigating the elder abuse cases in the city of Fresno receive about 50 calls a month. That's more than one a day. But they've been very busy, and I suspect they're going to get more busier now with the pandemic coming out. As was said during the press conference, the physical, emotional abuse is underreported by a ratio of 1 to 24. For every one case that's reported, 24 or not. But the financial exploitation of senior citizens is actually much higher. It is 1 to 44. So for every case that's reported, it's 44 that is not reported. Oftentimes, those are sadly family members that do that. So we just want to get the awareness out. We are going to be working with the nonprofits that are working on this issue. Big thank you to the Adult Protective Services, county folks that showed up. They're doing a lot of great work over there on their end. We're obviously on the same page on that. But not to say that the county and city are always on the same page, but on this one, I think we have consensus on that. And then lastly, I want to make a quick announcement. And this is, sorry, Councilmember Esparza, Mega Texas Barbecue is actually moving from District 7 to District 5. But you're welcome to come to District 5 anytime. Mega Texas Barbecue, as you guys all know, award-winning barbecue pitmaster here in the city of Fresno. We'll now be having a sit-down brick-and-mortar restaurant at the Olds Events Pizza place on the corner of Butler and Orange. So stay tuned for the grand opening and come out and support them. They have a great family, local folks. And with that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Just real quick, I'm going to hand it over to the mayor. I know he's got to run out for some business. Mayor, would you like to give your comments and reports at this time?
Just one announcement I think is going to be music to a lot of your ears, especially you, Council President. The Department of Housing and Urban Development just awarded a total of $75 million to 5 different cities across the United States. And of that, $20 million, and it's in the form of our 108 section, our loan, CDBG loan, but they approved all $20 million. That will go towards our senior center, which I know you and a number of council members have been working on, including Councilmember Esparza from the onset. And so just thought that would be music to your ears. And so that 30,000 square foot minimum senior center is going to become a reality before we know it. So I want to make sure you knew.
I appreciate you and your Chief of Staff, Kelly Furtado. Let's find 10 more. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, thank you. Just want to let my district know about our district meeting Wednesday, October 18th at 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at McCardle Elementary School. It's at 577 East Sierra Avenue. Again, Wednesday, October 18th from 6 to 7:30. We're going to, of course, talk about public safety issues and homelessness, the HEART team, some of the legislation we've been doing with helping keep people 500 feet from sensitive areas, from impeding sidewalks, an ordinance that we did. We're going to have code enforcement, public works. We're going to talk about hopefully, the Infectious Disease Lab Accountability and Transparency Ordinance, which hopefully we'll adopt today, the needle exchange program, some economic development issues, and we'll have Chief Paco Balderrama and other city staff, and thank you, City Manager, for making them available. Greatly appreciated. And again, it's at McCardle Elementary School, 577 East Sierra Avenue on Wednesday, October 18th from 6 to 7:30. Look forward to seeing lots of folks there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thanks, Council President. Lots going on in District 7. I'll just give a few highlights. You heard, well, actually, for those of you who don't know, Councilmember Chavez is kind of the de facto foodie of the council. I'm probably number 2. That's why we look the way we look. So yeah, we seeded the barbecue spot to your district, but I took your spot and ate your share of the food at the fair yesterday. So teamwork makes the dream work. And so the Big Fresno Fair is on. I'm very excited about that. I think it's going on through next Sunday, so we've got about a week and a half worth of festivities. You should definitely get out there and check it out. Had a great time, and we were there briefly yesterday, and we'll be coming back as well. So my staff in District 7 attended a community meeting at Somerset Village and heard community concerns there, so I want to thank our District 7 staff. I want to thank all of our volunteers and staff from Beautify Fresno who came out this past Saturday to clean up the Radio Park neighborhood. We had somewhere in the range of 85 volunteers, so very big turnout. It's always great to see folks coming from all different neighborhoods coming into District 7 and helping us keep those neighborhoods clean as well. This week, was it this week? It was this week. We attended a town hall with the Blackstone Merchants Association, along with several of my colleagues, the council president and vice president. Our city attorney was there, our police chief, code enforcement, economic development. Quite a few folks were there. We got the chance to hear from the merchants themselves, as well as surrounding residents surrounding the corridor. So very productive time there. Got to hear some issues, and we'll of course continue to work on solving those different issues that we heard. A couple days ago, the mayor and I went out and took a tour of the Fresno Fuego's new training facility out in my district, out in East Olive. They took what was effectively an empty lot and turned it into bona fide training facility with laid out grass, sod, the goal sets and such. So it's coming along well, and it looks great. For District 7 residents, as you know, I do each year hold a series of town halls in the spring and a series of town halls in the fall. We're coming up, it's October. We'll make sure we get our information out to District 7 residents about our upcoming fall series of town halls. And of course, lastly, as you heard during the proclamation, folks are invited to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day this coming Monday, which is the actual Indigenous Peoples Day. We'll be out in front of City Hall at 10:30, and all are welcome to celebrate that occasion. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. So this past week has been a busy one for my team and I. We started by partnering with Neighborhood Watch. We held a community meeting out in the Fresno High area. And we've also been canvassing a portion of my district that would be west of the 99, just north of Clinton. This is us bringing City Hall to the people's front doors. And so we are just ecstatic for the opportunity to be able to connect with our constituents and offer them services at the comfort of their home. As mentioned, we do have a crosswalk painting coming up with District 3 as well as the Arts Council. This is going to be on the corner or the intersection of Olive and Wishon. That's going to be this Sunday, October 7th at 8 a.m. And then just want to thank the residents who came out to our last crosswalk painting this past weekend. It was on the corner of Weldon and Van Ness. The corner looks really good, and also want to thank the residents for coming out. We had a pretty good-sized community block party in the Fresno High area as well. And then a few reminders. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and early detection is key. So just want to remind folks to make time to visit your doctor and to remind your friends as well. And lastly, I would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Kimberly Mayhew, who passed away last week. And for those of you who don't know, Kimberly was the fierce fighter fighting on behalf of the Tower District community in the Tower Theater fight. So we extend our thoughts and prayers to Kimberly's family and friends. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. We will close today's meeting in her honor. City Manager White.
Yes. As I shared with Councilmember Arias yesterday regarding our city employees who parked in a very well-signed community hospital, private parking, permit-only lot. I think everybody recognizes that I defend our staff pretty much every single day of the week, but in this case, I think that people need to be responsible for their actions, and so we do warnings in things that have to do with downtown, but when we are requested to enforce private parking, just like we do at Civic Center Square and other private lots where we have public parking, we do that on request. And so I would encourage all city employees to be cognizant of where they're parking. And if they wish to purchase a permit for the promenade lot, to contact the parking division. But obviously, if they have concerns, absolutely feel free to contact me, and I'd be happy to discuss it with them. Thank you.
City Clerk.
So if you have a passion to help your community, please consider serving on a City of Fresno board or commission. The City of Fresno has the responsibility to appoint individuals to a variety of boards and commissions and committees that support many areas of day-to-day business as well as future planning. If you are interested, please review the vacancies on the boards and commissions portion of the city clerk's website at fresno.gov/city-clerk. And finally, if you will be 18 years of age or older by Election Day, please be sure to get out and register to vote. The presidential primary will be on March 5th, 2024. And if you want to vote in that election, your registration must be postmarked or submitted electronically no later than February 20th, 2024. You can check your registration status or submit an electronic registration through the Secretary of State's website at sos.ca.gov/elections. That's it.
Thank you. City Attorney.
Good morning. The Code Enforcement Division will hold a Waste Tire Amnesty Day event on Saturday, October 7th. That's this Saturday, using grant funding available from Cal Recycle. The Tire Amnesty event allows City of Fresno residents to dispose of unwanted waste tires at zero charge. There are some restrictions. Participants must be City of Fresno residents. We will check identification. We will accept utility bills, any other proof of ID. No tractor or diesel tires, no business-generated tires. Each resident is limited to 9 tires. And again, that's this Saturday between the hours of 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. or until the trailer is filled. The location, 5015 East Olive Avenue. That's the parking lot of the Mennonite Community Church. I think that's D4. Last but not least, tire amnesty events are scheduled throughout the year and are intended to prevent illegal tire dumping, diverse waste tires from landfills, and help educate the public waste, tire recycling, and proper tire maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take it out to public comment at this time. If you wish to speak and you haven't filled out a yellow card, please do so at this time. We have some in the back of the chambers. You'll be allotted 3 minutes. After your first 2 minutes are up, you will get the yellow buzzer. And when your time is up, you'll get the red buzzer. We'll start with folks in the chambers before we move to folks that wish to speak electronically. And the first person in the chambers with us today is Patience Milrod. Good morning, Patience.
I'm actually here to speak on the special council meeting, but I suppose you're all going to you'll be here then too when you take that up. We probably all remember our 4th grade teachers saying to us, you need to show your work. Like, how did you get from this math problem to that answer? Do you know what you're doing? Did you do it? Did you look at your neighbor's work? You know, is it legit, this answer? So in that spirit, I went to this morning to Legistar, and I looked for the staff report and the financial analysis that would support, one way or another, a council decision on the CFD 18. And I couldn't find one. So that's curious to me. I mean, this is a decision that has significant financial ramifications, potentially, and it's not the kind of thing that you would make a decision about without having good criteria for the decision. As we all know, builders get to decide where to build. That's a business decision. I mean, there are certain parameters, but within those, they get to decide. They get to decide if they're going to build inside the city limits. If they do that, then we all know, and they know, that half of the tax revenues that get generated from that development go to the city. That's a good thing. It covers all those things the city does: sewers, curbs, sidewalks, lights, parks, whatever. But if the decision of the developer is to build in an annexation area, we know that less than a third of the tax revenues that get generated are going to go to those essential city services. But the same essential city services have to be provided. So there's a gap. How does that gap get filled? If taxpayers fill it, well, it's either socialism or it's an investment. If it's an investment, first of all, we have to know what's the return on investment and who benefits. And we can't know that without seeing the financial analysis. So I don't think it's appropriate, if you have a financial analysis, which I hope you do, it should be public, and it should be public before you act. So I would submit it should already be part of the agenda packet. It should already be available to the rest of us so we can lay eyes on it and see if it's legit, so we can see your work, or show your work, as it were. So consider this a Public Records Act request. Ideally, and your city attorney will tell you if it matters that this stuff is made public before you vote. I think it ought to, but I don't make the law. So my request would be that you provide it to the public, and I'd like a copy too. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next in the chambers is Fernando Paul Elizondo.
Peace be with you. The Lord is my strength and my defense. I'm here today, since it's appropriate for proclamations, that City Council take in account a proclamation for Lieutenant Jose Morales. I understand that the circumstances are a little tough, but that shouldn't deny him from a proclamation. 30 years of service, and you don't give him a proclamation. You must lead by example. That seems to be a problem here. Unethical leadership. Any more legislation made against me? City Council has been weaponized. You said I can't raise these signs, you can't do this, I can't do that. There's no litigation on that. I'm sorry, but I have not received it. I asked for it twice. So I respect because I know you kind of personally, but let's stick with the real issues. It's not a law, and they shouldn't be weaponized because of what I say. Freedom of speech is what we should have here, not opinion. It's not an opinion, it's speech. We tell the facts, we tell the truth, and it seems to fall on deaf ears. We want some action to bring this community or this city or this unity in the family of all the people, not just the rich people. The conclusion of things is at hand. That's what the Bible says. When it comes to a conclusion, that's when the end will come. And if you notice, it's happening all over the world, not just here. So anyway, I hope you consider Lieutenant Jose Morales for a proclamation. It's well-deserved, even though under the circumstances, he should not be denied that for that. And we don't need a bully mayor. I say that because I had first hand at being bullied by Mr. Jerry Dyer. Anyway, the Lord is my defense, and have a peaceful day.
Thank you. Next in the chambers is Steve Diddy.
I guess to change gears a little bit from that, people are unusually loquacious this morning, I've noticed. I want to talk about an awesome tradition in Fresno, sports team tradition. We've had an NIT championship for the Fresno State Bulldogs basketball team in 1983. 2008, the Bulldogs baseball team won a national championship. The softball team, women's softball team, won a championship under Margie Wright. And I want to talk about basketball. This is an opportune time for that. And I remember my dad taking me to Fresno State basketball games at Selland Arena way back in the late 70s under head coach Boyd Grant. And Fresno State has a long tradition of players going to the NBA. We had Rod Higgins, Bernard Thompson, Chris Herron, the Lopez twins, Paul George. And so my proposal, which I came up several months ago, is for, just like we have the Grizzlies downtown, AAA baseball, how about an NBA expansion team for Fresno? And I came up with a name for the team, and it could be debatable, of course, because there'll be suggestions for it, but this is the best name I came up for. The Fresno Samaritans, to play at the Sun-Made Raisin Center Arena. Maybe next year at this time, that'll be a reality. That's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Patricia Shawn.
Good morning. How are you today? I hope everybody's well. I'm here again to speak on the Trails End Mobile Home Park, La Hacienda. And I'm here to ask maybe if you could maybe extend us some kind of eviction protection while you guys read the report, and the next month until the vote happens. We really need it. Two more people received eviction notices, and we're already down to 26 now. And I think we really need some more help. I know we ask a lot for help, but if you could help us out with the eviction protection, that would really be great. And also, I'd like to say thank you for what you said, Karbasi. We really appreciate it. We're glad that you all seem to care. And I just want to reiterate that please vote for the park. There's some great people that really need to stay there. And I want them to stay there. I want the park to stay open and everything be good. The park looks good. It's getting better. We're having little problems with some homeless people coming in last few nights, tearing up some of the trailers that are empty, but we're handling that. But please, I'm asking everybody to think of us, our pretty faces. Some of them smiling, some of them not, but please think of us when you vote and make it for us, please. Thank you. Have a great day.
Next up is Cam Sands.
I always say there's never enough hours in the day to do what you need to do before you have to do it. In the beginning, when all this happened, I'm from Trails End, La Hacienda, Space 26. And in the beginning, when Harmony came to us, we thought they were going to do a good thing. Well, had I had looked up their website prior to all this happening, we would have had a better eyesight on everything that went on, and still is going on. People in the website here, Bruce Davies, yeah, he's the dad, I guess, of Matthew, and they take a detour from single-family homes and make this move into manufacturing housing communities. They share a passion for affordable housing and proudly manage over 20 manufactured housing communities in California and Oregon. So what's up with that? Lies. Then we go down to, there's a few other people in the office. Erica Roman's one, picture. Sherry Johnson. Matt Davies, here we go. His core, let me see. However, for Matt, the son of a successful real estate broker and developer, returning to his roots made sense. And today he is focused on scaling Harmony communities, taking the many lessons he learned from prior ventures. Matthew is working to find solutions to the housing crisis in California and other states. Yeah, okay, so we're going to be homeless, but yeah, that's what he does. Then at the end of this, I love their little notations, I guess you could call it. Every person who wants to be a homeowner should have the opportunity to own a home. At Harmony Communities, we're providing people with that opportunity. Again, lies, BS, but hey, I hope we get to stay. I hope you guys vote in the right way. I mean, these guys don't have any ethics, no morals, no compassion. And you're dealing with elderly people that are left, people that can't make it out there, and they shouldn't be homeless at 70 years old or higher. I'm 55, and I've been homeless, but I shouldn't be homeless either. Thank you.
Next, I have David Willis.
Have you guys seen this report? It is magnificent. It's a report in opposition to La Hacienda Mobile Home Park Conversion Impact Report and Location Plan. Have you seen Harmony's relocation report? Are you kidding me? $5,000 to $7,000? I got a $10,000 home myself. Anyway, bear with me for a minute here. And I'm going to commend Attorney Jantz. He's mentioned in here. I'm fond of that. Okay, the Conversion Impact Report fails to evaluate the impact the closure of the park will have on the availability of affordable housing in the city of Fresno and fails to mitigate the severe adverse impacts that involuntary displacement will have on homeowners' park. Here's Mr. Jantz's comment down here. Here, I love it. Andrew Jantz, city attorney, advised the park owners of their legal obligations. Also on May 11, 2023, Mr. Jantz advised Hacienda Homeowners for Justice and Trails End that the city intends to follow state law and fulfill all mandatory duties throughout the park closure process. Thank you, sir. God bless you, man. Really appreciate it. And my beloved attorney, Mariah Thompson, informs me that since the postponement of our opposition to this conversion impact report has been postponed for a month, could you maybe give us an eviction protection in that month? Because they're still evicting us. Anyway. Thank you so much, Maxwell. I appreciate you. Harmony's still evicting people, so maybe eviction protection till this is resolved. We think, please. Thank you very much. Remember, Harmony causes homelessness. I don't want to say Fresno City causes homelessness. Don't join up with these guys are devious. They'll mess with you just as bad as they mess with us. Mr. Jantz probably already is experiencing some of that trickery. All right, God bless you. Thank you very much.
Last in the chambers, we have Mariah Thompson.
Good morning, Council. Mariah Thompson with California Rural Legal Assistance. I'm a senior litigator. My law firm represents more than half of the remaining families in La Hacienda Mobile Home Park. I think we represent at this point 19 out of the 26 that are left. I will speak up. So I did have a chance to look a little bit at the city's review of the conversion impact report and analysis. I do want to note that we do disagree with what we think the city might be saying in terms of how it's reading the legal requirements about residents obtaining adequate housing in an alternative mobile home park. It appears that the park owners are taking the position that they only have to pay the on-site value of the mobile homes. That is only true if it is not possible for residents to obtain adequate housing in another mobile home park. They do have a right to use that, but only if it's not possible for residents to obtain adequate housing in another mobile home park. And their conversion impact report contains no information or analysis as to why they shouldn't be able to. And we know that they can. There are spaces available that have houses on them that are the same age as the ones that my clients live in. They just cost about $111,000 a piece. So they could move into them, but they need about $111,000 to move into them. And the law doesn't say that getting adequate housing in another mobile home park means moving your house into a mobile home park. It doesn't say that. It just says obtain adequate housing in another mobile home park. So they can do it, they just have to pay more to give them that opportunity, and they don't want to pay that. They want to pay them $7,000. And we evaluated that in our report, and I do hope that you all read it in its entirety because it contains resident profiles and the pictures of who's left and their families. And I think that's the most important part of what's happening. We evaluated that it actually costs over $140,000 over 5 years to be kicked out of your house in a mobile home park and try and establish a new life. So we do disagree with that particular reading and hope that the city does agree with us as well. And if I can continue for just a moment, not all of our clients did receive copies of the report. Not all of our clients received appraisals of their home. I didn't know until last night that they actually did appraisals of all the mobile homes because they didn't serve them on every one. Many of my clients, they allege, even if they've been in the park for over 20, sometimes 30 years, they are not owners of their homes. They have no right to tenancy, and they have filed evictions against some of them, including Kim. Both Kim and Trish have had evictions. I think David's is probably coming in the next 2 weeks. He's been there about 23 years. So that's another failure for them to comply with the government code and reason to reject their report. And the last thing I want to say is that you have a lot of opportunities of things that you can do here. The city of Petaluma on Monday voted to implement a senior park-only overlay on parks that are owned by Harmony because Harmony is trying to convert them into all-ages parks so they can increase the rent. Harmony did announce the closure of those parks.
That'll conclude your time
Can I just finish this one sentence?
I'll give you 5 seconds.
Okay. For the same reason as they are doing here, they're trying to close those parks because of rent control. So there's a lot that you can do. We talk about it in our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next we have up is Tracy R.
Good morning, how are you? My name is Tracy Robertson. I want to say thank you for allowing me this time to speak. At this time, I have a couple of things I want to say. First, I would like to ask the City Council to look into some additional funding for Fresno City Library Resource, which loans out iPads and laptops to the students and mobile hotspot mobile devices for students who may not be able to be on campus 100%. And that is the only place where the Wi-Fi works for the students is on campus. I'm one of those students that have to use a mobile hotspot device, and I was not gifted one, but I was loaned one. And as of the termination of the pandemic funds, they terminated the hotspot service. I'm asking City Hall to please, and the mayor's office to please give some extra funds to the schools so that they can continue and extend the mobile hotspot devices, as well as buying some accessories for the iPads, especially, and the laptops, like headphones and adapter cables, so that if you have an iPad, you can use a mouse, because the iPads are incompatible with some of the digital textbook, and we cannot do our homework without these adaptable devices, so that we can we can get wireless mouses, because the screens are touch screens. The digital devices, the homework does not work, and we're not able to do our homework and turn the homework in. So we are getting zeros for those assignments. Again, I'm asking that they please give some money to Fresno City and make this like a permanent thing, so that they can continue the loaning of the hotspot devices, and in addition to buying accessories for the iPads and the laptops that they have there for loaner devices to students that cannot afford to have their own devices. Also, last week, I talked about homelessness and the fact that I am being passed over for an emergency housing vouchers, while I'm watching everyone around me get them and get housed. And some people just got here and they're out of here. Some people have been there over a year and they're still here, but just a few. But mainly people who are coming in and out of here and being given vouchers, and I am being skipped over, and I don't know why. They gave me a designation of supportive permanent services, which is not what I was requesting. I was requesting an emergency housing voucher, or Section 8. And they have somehow pigeonholed me into this section where there is a long
Thank you very
waiting
much,
list.
Tracy.
Yeah.
Next, we have Brandy.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry about that. There's a moment to unmute. I want to address and agree with the others who are asking that we have that we not only protect those of the hacienda, but focus on eviction protection for those people in the meantime. This should absolutely be a priority. As well, I'm grateful for the Marjorie Mason Center and for their work, and for the continued work of domestic violence prevention and awareness. And I want to ask that if you do stand for prevention and ending domestic violence, to recognize that there are many situations contributing factors for domestic violence, and among those who are vulnerable are those who are unhoused, and to see our unhoused community with more compassion and listen to them, because many of the things you're doing that have been helpful. There are things that could be improved, but there's also practices that are further exacerbating domestic violence. I spoke to many women who are unhoused, and some of them have just fled domestic violence, but the actions of the HEART team have made them more at risk. In some situations, they have found people who are safe to be with, and then they are forced to leave. Some are forced because everything's taken from them, are more prone to go to find someone who may be abusive for their needs and protections. I heard from one woman who told me that a woman fled to the domestic violence situation and was staying with her overnight and was considering going to Marjorie Mason Center next day, and then the HEART team came, took all their stuff. She didn't want to deal with it, and she went back to that person. And I haven't heard from them, and I'm very worried. I know another woman who was with people that she found safe who had experienced abuse, and then the encampments were cleared. Making it smaller does not make it safer necessarily for women. We also need more resources. And I want to point out that Marjorie Mason Center had applied for funding for more shelter space in the annual action plan, and that was not funded. We need to make funding more shelters a priority. Regarding elder abuse, I want to recognize that elder abuse affects those on the streets, and we need to have connection to ombudsmen in shelters and on the streets, and also recognize that the HEART team throwing out elderly people's medicines, walkers, and other needs of our elderly are endangering them, and it's in themselves elder abuse. Please listen to those who are speaking up on that to ensure that if we are truly speaking up for the care of all our community, rather than lumping people who are unhoused into a group defined by things that you find unfavorable to see people as individuals in similar circumstances, and to do everything you can to protect them. And that goes for code enforcement, and ask that you also consider not extending extensions to landlords that are prolonging.
Thank you very much, Brandy.
Safety.
Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everybody. I got 4 things I need to talk to you guys about. First, I want to thank Nick over at Roding Park and Stefano from Fresno Humane Society for coming out and rescuing a beautiful black and white border collie that was left in the big dog side and filling up the hole yesterday. It was super easy. And it just shows that once you get people on the ground who actually talk to each other, listen to each other, and formulate a plan of how to communications, things get better. So I didn't have to call City Hall and start yelling at people. Think about that, guys. When people come up to you and say, hey, we need this, there's a reason. Better communications, better solutions, and cost savings for the city. A reminder to the city that on October 10th, there's going to be grinding on the 1600 block of Washon. You are responsible for my health, period. Furthermore, Warren Perea, what was in the dust? I'm literally coughing up phlegm every morning, and throwing up my breakfast is becoming almost a daily event. Somebody really needs to tell me what was in that dust. Let's see, what else? And the 4th thing is the striping on the 1600 block of Washon, this bicycle lane that you guys put in for safety. Last week, we had somebody, I believe it was a bicyclist who's also a cyclist, get hit right at the corner. Then about a half an hour ago, it appears that 2 people were hit right there at that corner. Your striping is making the whole intersection more dangerous. It was already a dangerous intersection to begin with. It was one of the high accident intersections in all of Fresno, because, I did talk to my insurance agent when I came here 25 years ago, and it really hasn't changed. And now you have people who have been hit. I actually had a neighbor go out and take pictures of 2 people on the ground who got hit by a car. This is your safety project. People are still speeding, and when that road got clogged, that 1 lane of traffic went down at least 3 to 5 blocks. So, we need to talk about this before someone gets killed, and somebody will get killed at the rate that these pedestrian hits are occurring. And Miguel, I'll see you on the 16th at the dog park opening. I'm looking forward to it. Remember, we want the name to be Puppy Love. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert McCloskey.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of those that are being evicted from Trails Inn and Hacienda. City needs to put in some eviction protection for these folks and reject the report from Harmony. Any help with housing vouchers is badly needed. These people will become homeless. I'm with the Fresno Homeless Union. I'm a volunteer. I'm also with the Community Alliance, so I report on these issues. The city is remiss in implementing rent control and eviction protection. We all know that the number of unhoused folks on the streets of Fresno has risen by about 6.5%. But I did want to speak a little bit about the continued criminalization of the unhoused folks in Fresno. Yes, there is crime on the streets. Yes, there is prostitution. Yes, there is drug dealing. Yes, there are gangs on the streets of Fresno. But oftentimes the homeless people are the victims of the criminals out there. I've been in front of Poverello walking up to help some folks, and right in front of the gate, there's a drug dealer asking me if he can get me anything I want. There is no enforcement from the police department of drugs to the homeless. Let's face it. There are no drug rehab programs. So let's stop criminalizing the homeless. I think Mr. Taylor's comment about you didn't have to emphasize that the unfortunate stabbing was a homeless guy that did it. That's unnecessary. I was at the Blackstone Merchant Association the other day, and AJ Rassani is saying we need to cut down trees. So unhoused folks have no shade at all. He did get a little pushback from Maxwell Taylor, but he said, well, yeah, we could trim it up real good. I mean, that whole situation at the Merchants Association was just bashing and criminalizing all homeless people. I want to mention that, you know, the ordinance 102101 is a form of criminalization. I'm in receipt of a letter from the Federal Missouri Continuum of Care sent to the mayor and the council to request a meeting on the new ordinance. The letter states, quote, "We believe this ordinance criminalizes the presence and possessions of people experiencing homelessness." The letter goes on to state that the COC receives millions in dollars in funding from HUD, Housing and Urban Development, and that HUD requires that COCs implement specific strategies to prevent the criminalization of homelessness and must work with law enforcement and the city to criminalize policies and practices that criminalize the homeless. The letter further states, the City of Fresno ordinance potentially jeopardizes the COC's HUD funding for permanent housing at the
City Clerk, anybody else punched up on Zoom?
We have no more public comment.
All right, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Got a motion by Carbasi and a second by Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes 7-0. All right, we're going to start with contested consent. We're going to go in order that I have them here for the most part. We're going to start with 1D, as in David, actions pertaining to the California Department of Toxic Control Substances Equitable Community Revitalization Grant. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember?
Just have a brief question for the city manager. What's the status of demolition of the building? I know we had previously received a grant for the demolition to occur, correct?
Oh, so you mean unrelated to this? So this is for Stanislaus and H, and the demolition of the H Street warehouse will be before you, I believe, next meeting? Next meeting.
Great, thank you. No other questions. Motion to approve.
I got a motion by Arias, second by Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. That'll bring us to 1E, as in Edward, approve the First Amendment to the agreement with Poverello House for Village of Hope Emergency Shelter Services, increasing funding for tiny home pre-development costs by $75,578.60. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember?
Council
Paging
President.
Phil Sky. Phil Sky, please come to the council chambers.
No, he's, the city manager, my questions were answered by Mr. Sky earlier, so.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Motion to approve the item.
Motion by Arias, second by, I heard Esparza. Any opposition? I heard somebody.
Assign him.
Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. I'm actually going to skip ahead at this point to item 1P, as in Paul. This was a resolution directing admin to prepare an AAR for payment of fees associated with initiation of plan amendment rezone within District 4. This was pulled by myself. Who will be answering questions with me, Mr. Director Clark?
I think between Jennifer and I.
Okay. So we initiated this at the last council meeting. Can you walk me through what the process would look like from here to the point it would come back to council, Director?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do that. So a plan amendment and rezone requires an application, which, so you have initiated that. So there is an application fee that will be paid, and then the city will hire a consulting firm to conduct an initial study under CEQA to determine what level of CEQA. We have been in consultation with the city attorney's office. We have a couple of areas where we think there could be significant impacts, but so we'd really like to do the initial study first to determine whether or not an EIR will be necessary, or if we can prepare a mitigated negative declaration. We feel like they're probably mitigatable, but we just want to make sure. So that's the very first step. And after that,
And can you give us kind of like a timeline as you're walking us through these steps as well?
Sure. So the overall timeline with an EIR would be about 8 to 9 months. Focused EIR with a mitigated neg deck would be about 6 months, potentially 7 months, depending on the studies that needed to be done, noticing, et cetera. So the cost for an ISMND is approximately $12,000. The plan amendment rezone, including the traffic study and review fees, is about $25,000. So total cost, if we, the application, the ISMND, would be about $37,000 to $40,000. If we are looking at a project level EIR, we're probably looking somewhere closer to $80,000. So
your
each
experience going to a less intensive use in light industrial to commercial.
Potentially, however, there are potential traffic impacts. VMT in particular is much higher for a commercial use than for an industrial use. So we just need to make sure it's not triggering or passing our threshold for vehicle miles traveled.
Okay, what is the standard for commercial versus industrial?
So the standard is there is a map, and I don't have that off the top of my head. I can't tell you what the level and the number is, but you have to achieve a 13% reduction in overall household vehicle miles traveled. And so for industrial projects, it's based on employee trips. For commercial-based projects, it's based on customer trips.
Does it take into account the type of vehicle that's likely used in each?
No, it's passenger vehicles. So that would be, your regular sedan, a pickup truck, et cetera.
Okay, so even though industrial might use more intensive vehicles, that's not factored in?
So VMT does not evaluate commercial trucks like 18-wheelers.
Okay. Your estimate is that it'll take us 6 to 8 months to get an idea whether it's going to
No, the first phase, council member, the first phase will probably be 30 to 60 days, depending on how quickly we can get one of our consultants to start on the work to give us the initial study, what needs to be done to prepare the document, and whether or not we're going to trip any thresholds. Initial study is relatively painless. And we should be able to let the council know via Trey memo what the status is in about 30 to 60 days.
Okay, sounds good. When the time comes that we have a better estimate of what direction we're going to go with the environmental report and the associated cost estimate, I'd be looking towards you for leadership on where those dollars come from. I don't see that as my place to dictate where that comes from in planning and development. I will if I have to, but I prefer not to. So we'll stay in touch continuously over the next 6 weeks or however long until that first phase, and then we'll go from there. But I will go ahead and table this indefinitely at this point. Motion
Great.
to continue.
Thank you.
Got a second from Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, item is continued 7-0. All right, what I'm going to do at this time, I'm going to break us for lunch a little bit early. We're going to return back here at 1 p.m. We're going to pick up at the special meeting resolution clarifying the applicability of Community Facilities District 18. We will then take the 1025 hearing and do closed session afterwards. If that sounds good to everybody, I will see you all back here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
back into order. We are going to pick up at the special meeting that was noticed, a resolution clarifying the applicability of Community Facilities District 18. This was sponsored by Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember, I'll let you have the floor.
Sure thing. Thank you, Council President. So bringing this item forward to provide some clarity on the city's policy regarding the Communities Facilities District number 18. All the way from the federal government down to the state government, down to even here at Fresno City Hall. We're the policymakers. We make the laws. But when we leave gaps or cracks in the legislation that we create, those gaps essentially default to the administration's decision making. And if we don't detail it, it essentially goes back to the bureaucrats for a decision. And I mean bureaucrats in the most endearing way. And that's effectively what has occurred with regards to CFD 18. We passed it last year in response to a couple of developments that came through this council, and it worked, and it is working for those developments. But no one really ever asked the question, what all does this really apply to? And from what we could tell, and going back and researching and looking at different language, that gap existed. And so again, the administration sort of defaulted to their interpretation. Today, with this resolution, I would like the council to take a firm position and make a conscious policy decision on only applying CFD 18s to everything since the expiration of the last tax sharing agreement. So, this is the decision. Essentially was made by a previous council. We're here to clarify what that is. I'll hand it off to the city manager, and if she would like to make some remarks, and they're a co-sponsor from the administration side.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. I think what our discussion from last week showed, I thought there was some validity to one of the arguments that had to do with when the CFD was established at the end of last year, what was the intent of what it was going to cover. And I understand that when you go back and pull the written documents, perhaps it was not as clear as it could be that it was our intent that it be applied to all of the areas in the 62-38 split. But I also stand by my comments about it. We had verbal discussions about what its applicability would be. But I think that is what has led to a lot of the confusion. I think, going back, and I've had a couple conversations with the former chair of the BIA about when we were initially talking about this with them and what his interpretation was. And so I agree that there perhaps was some ambiguity or gap. I think it's understandable that there would be confusion in the applicability of the area. So I think in conversations with Councilmember Esparza, given that it's his district, and what the discussion was that I heard on the dais, as far as obviously I respect the role of the council as the policymakers. So this is certainly, we love to have very clear direction and policy direction on how you want us to implement something, and I think this certainly would give us that clear direction of what your intent is as far as the applicability of CFD 18. So I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Esparza, do you have any other comments before I take it out to the public? I'll bring it up to the dais afterwards.
No, I'll be here to answer questions and engage in discussion if there is any.
Okay.
But we'll go to the public.
Let's go ahead and take public comment at this time. Does anybody in the audience wish to address the specially noticed item on today's agenda? Seeing nobody in the chamber, City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up virtually?
We do not.
Okay. I'm going to take folks up here in the order that they're punched up, starting with Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. And I do want to thank my colleague for bringing this forward to us, along with the administration. So last time, I think there was a lot of confusion that was previously mentioned in terms of how to apply, how to interpret and then apply the CFD. Who is it applicable to? And so while I agree with the proposal to apply it to annexations as of August 29th, 2020, what I'm a little concerned about is what this fiscal impact is going to be to our city. And so I do have just a couple questions for the administration. So City Manager, this looks like, I'm looking at the CFD 18 financial analysis, and it looks like if we were to approve this today, the annual cost that we're gonna have to fill this gap is gonna be $1.8 million. So where exactly are we gonna get these funds to cover this shortfall?
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Perez. So I want to preface this by saying, I think I made it very clear at the last meeting that I was very concerned about having sufficient time to do a proper financial analysis. Having said that, I said we would do the best we could with the amount of time that we have. So what I'll tell you is what we have provided are a draft analysis, and with a very, I'd say, simplified methodology. So under the methodology that we used, yes, the gap would be $1.8 million, and unless we can find some sort of grant that would allow us to, provide for this cost, it would be the general fund.
Okay, so we're being asked to make a multi-million-dollar decision based on a simplified formula.
I'm just being painfully obvious and honest with you. We can approach this from a number of different methodologies. We think this is a solid methodology, but I can also tell you, this was based on, 3 days in between of trying to put something together for you. So I think that we definitely think this is in the ballpark. I don't think that, we think that this is likely the maximum impact. But if we had more time, I want to be cautious because I think last time we got ourselves in a pickle by sharing preliminary data that then when we came back and we had more time to do more analysis, it was a different number and we got accused of fuzzy math. So I want to make sure that we're not being accused of fuzzy math. This is the best analysis. I think that we feel pretty confident that, and Scott can help, he's the one who did the analysis. I think we feel pretty confident that based on the methodology that we used, that we're in the ballpark. But Scott, you can add.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So I just wanted to add that the cost per home, that this is the work that a professional municipal finance consultant had performed. That's NBS Consulting. That's the $164 per home. And of course, as formed by the council, it would escalate each year based upon the CPI, the COLA that's going up. And I think the very quick analysis the staff had done on that was finding that even though revenues go up, so do public safety costs, and that we were still in the ballpark of what the consultant had shown. In reference to the $1.8 million per year, that is based upon a future year in today's dollars, but a future year when we had 10,000 new single-family homes and 2,000 multifamily units within that with no new annexations. There's enough room per the general plan, housing element, such to add those in the area. There's enough either vacant land or old rural residential large lots that would eventually flip. So that's not an immediate fiscal year 24, 25 type number. That is a future cost, a future shortfall.
Okay, thank you. How many annexations have occurred since the tax sharing agreement expired? So since August 29th of 2020?
I believe 2. One was the Finucane annexation, which was subject to a development agreement, and then there was one small one, Peach and Tulare, which was a small multifamily, I think like 4 units, 2 units, a couple units. A very small multifamily. Jennifer? Can you come up?
It was just a couple of large lots right in that area, but it's 160 units.
Oh, okay. So 2 lots for 160 units.
Right.
So just 2 annexations.
2 annexations, okay. And so those were annexed after August 29th, 2020. So if one of those entities wanted to come back and ask us to remove their condition to annex into the CFD, they would not be able to do that.
I think there is a legal process, Israel. I would say not on the Finucane because that's subject to a development agreement, but on the multifamily.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. Israel Troyo, Planning and Development Department. So that annexation was approved years ago. It was approved before this tax sharing agreement. So they are not subject to CFD 18. CFD 18 was not applied to that project.
Okay. Do we have, this might be a question for the planning director, Jennifer, do we have any vesting tentative maps that were annexed prior to August 2020? So they wouldn't be applicable to the CFD. Do we have any of those situations? However, they recently got a map approved, so we did tack on that CFD condition of approval? And I guess what I'm trying to get at is if there are projects that have previously been annexed prior to August of 2020, so if we approve this, then we would be taking them out of that requirement. However, they do have a condition of approval that does require them to annex. Are they all going to be coming back to us?
No. So prior to the tax sharing agreement expiring, they were subject to the provisions of the tax sharing agreement. So after the tax sharing agreement expired in August of 2020, that was when we started having the discussions about a public safety CFD, sorry. So I think the sort of the exposure is between the 2020 date and the time that the CFD was put into place in 2022. But prior to 2020, we were never going back and applying it because at that point, the tax sharing agreement was in place. And even though we had a shortfall, we had a legal tax sharing agreement and we were implementing it as such. Is that correct, staff?
All right, to answer Councilmember Pereira's question, so we have one map. It's a parcel map located near Bullard and Moreau that has the CFD 18 requirement.
Hold on, when was that annexed into the city?
It hasn't been annexed
Okay,
yet.
so it has not yet been annexed. It would be a new annexation. It is a what? What is the map status? It's a parcel map.
It's a vesting tentative parcel map, 1 lot into 4 lots.
Okay, so I think the question is, if this resolution passes, which says new annexations after 2020 would have CFD imposed on them, where are we in that process? Would we be imposing CFD 18 on that parcel map?
Yes, we would.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so there's no maps that were annexed prior to August 2020 that are still alive where, I'm sorry, I'm gonna start over. So there's not any land that was annexed prior to August of 2020 that recently has had a tentative map approved. So recently within the last couple of years where a tentative map would have been approved, so we would have tacked on that condition.
All right, good afternoon, Council. We do have 15 tentative maps in process where the CFD 18 public safety annexation requirement is within the conditions, but they were annexed to the city prior to August 2020. So with the action of the special meeting and the resolution before you today, with that policy clarification, that condition would go away. If they are already annexed to the city, but had a requirement to go into CFD 18. By policy, that requirement would go away.
And I guess, thank you, yeah, thank you. So I guess that sounds like there's 15 maps where the applicants will be coming back to us asking for them to eliminate that requirement. So have we analyzed the cost of that?
Scott, with the cost
15
of
more
that,
projects that are not going to be subject to and paying into the CFD.
would that be part of the 1.8, Scott?
Oh, yes, Council, that would be part of the 1.8 million. And it would be, we could tabulate how many lots, how many multifamily units that is, but in essence, that's just building part of the 10,000, roughly 10,000 homes, 2,000 multifamily that are already in the city, but they're in that 6238 area.
Okay.
So it would not be a new impact, it would just be realizing part of that shortfall sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you. And then once we do get to a point where we do have a tax sharing agreement, what happens to CFD 18?
According to me or according to Councilmember Bredefeld?
It'd have to be a policy decision. I mean, it's that simple.
What was that again?
Be a policy decision.
Yes, absolutely. It would be a policy decision if the council wanted to go back and remove that requirement, or if we wanted to continue with it. I would argue that the reason why we are doing it is because of the lack of the tax sharing agreement. So if we were able to come to agreement that covered our costs, that was an appropriate tax sharing, that theoretically we would not have need for the CFD.
Okay, thank you. So while, like I said earlier, while I do agree that this interpretation, I think, makes sense in terms of how to add clarity regarding how to apply CFD 18, what I don't agree with is just taking it out of the general fund to subsidize some folks who want to be out of the CFD. Over time, this is 1.8 million per year. Over time, this is going to be 20, 30, 40 million if we decide to keep it as is. So this is the money that potentially we will not have to pay for our firefighters when the SAFER grant runs out. This is money that will not be available to us for road infrastructure repairs. There's a number of things that I take issue with. And City Manager, you mentioned a grant. If there's a grant out there to help fund this, that would be more palatable, but I understand that we only had 3 days to get to where we are today. I think it's a rush decision that I don't think we're fully comprehending and taking just full responsibility for. I think there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences, and so if the council's set on voting for this today, then this is something that I cannot support. Thank you.
City Manager, if I could interject with respect to your numbers, however fuzzy or clear they may be, right, or may have been. I mean, this is, these are projections, right? So this is not a situation where we are talking about making a decision and then we're going to, experience a shortfall of existing revenue. We're talking about something where a decision was made administratively, and that, as a result of that decision, we were theoretically going to expect or forecast some future revenue. But I want to be clear to the public that we're not voting in any way to cut any existing city revenues. This is revenue that's never materialized for us, has not materialized for us at this point. And so, with respect to this predicament that we're in, where we have this unfavorable tax sharing agreement in these particular areas, where previous city councils have annexed these properties into the city jurisdiction. I mean, this is the predicament we were put in by again, previous policy makers. The way I see it, we have to live with that. And there are maybe some things we could do, such as a CFD, that could mitigate those costs. But I mean, the sprawling situation we've been put in is where we're at. And I think we're here talking about this because it was a big decision, and it should have never been administrative, and it should have been a policy decision by the council. So I would reject the premise that we're putting the city in dire financial straits by voting on this matter, because it's revenue that, quite frankly, has never materialized for us at this point, and possibly should have never. It should have been our decision from the very beginning.
So I agree. What I would say is this is the maximum impact. And to Scott's point, what we're very sure about, because we had a professional consultant calculate, is the per house fee, the 164 for single family, the 112 for multifamily. I think where I think we did our best analysis is we look at the number of acres that would be available for residential development, and we calculated, we think approximately 10,000 single family homes. Having said that, and the reason why I say it's the maximum, and it's not an immediate it's not an immediate impact, because, for instance, within those 10,000 single-family homes, some of those would be on what is currently rural residential land that, as we know, is very difficult to develop, as we've seen west of 99, right? That tends to be the most difficult thing to develop when you have a 5-acre lot or a 10-acre lot. So I want to make sure that's clear when that's the difficulty in estimating the timing of when those 10,000 would come on. There could be some open swaths of land that would be very easy to develop, and it might have a sooner impact. But converting some of the chunks that are a little more difficult to develop, converting those into single-family homes is not going to be something that's going to be immediate. Scott and Jennifer, would you agree with that? Okay.
So what you're saying is at this point, we can firmly calculate these 15 that we're aware of. Beyond that, it's very difficult to predict what would happen in the future. But you did the best you could to kind of come up with this, I'll call it artificial, right? Artificial, sort of future projections.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't use the word artificial. I think it was, that I think we look at the acreage, we look at sort of the general plan land use designations, and we can see, approximately what the single-family home production could be. In a perfect world, and it would probably take us a long time, we could go look at every single tentative map that's been filed. We could look at every single general plan designation and what, if it's low density, medium density, high density, and try but that would require a lot of time and energy. And it still would be prospective, because anything could happen in the future. Somebody could rezone it from, multifamily down to single family. So like I said, this was our best guess. I feel very confident on, the analysis that was done by the consultant. And my only thing that I think is speculative is us saying it's 10,000 single family, 2,000 multifamily, because there are a lot of factors that could impact the production of those units.
Councilmember Carbasi, you're up.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yeah, it's, again, really dense subject matter, and I just want to thank my colleague for bringing forward this measure. I think it's better to have clarity on how we're going to apply CFD 18. While I don't think this is a slam dunk to increase the supply of workforce housing in Fresno, it's definitely a step in the right direction. I want to ask the administration a question. I think it was just covered, but I want to just be a little bit more clear. The estimates we have, this is citywide. It's not project by project, because there could be certain projects we do approve where the land values are higher, and it may not actually, it may actually fund the general fund rather than take money from it, as is being estimated. I just want to be clear. We have a number for the maximum exposure, but that's not today. That's when it's fully built out, many, many years from now, correct?
I would say starting from now, moving forward. As I said, things that can be developed now,
Sure.
right? But I would say there is a lot that is going to take some time.
Right. Well, with interest rates where they are, with labor shortages, we're not building like the building boom. We're not in the middle of that right now. So I think we're not going to build tens of thousands of homes.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So the annual exposure could be a lot less than what's being, the number we have is the maximum exposure. Okay. So I want to be just clear that, to me, this particular item, not the whole global conversation, this item is really about fairness and limiting our city's legal exposure. Because to apply a CFD 18 now to new annexations, it's like moving the goalpost in the middle of a football game. What would we say as a government if a business offered a service or a product, and then years later went back and said, well, you know what? Actually, we're going to charge you more for that, so give us more money. We'd be outraged. We'd say it was wrong. Consumer advocate groups would say it was wrong, and we wouldn't allow that. So we can't do the same thing. With this clarity, we are setting the goalpost, keeping it where it belongs, and we're being fair and moving forward in full knowledge of where we're headed. This whole thing is ultimately because we do not have an equitable tax sharing agreement with today's market conditions with our partners at the county. That's what we need to be able to do, to come together with the policymakers of the county, work with them in good faith, and come up with a tax sharing agreement so we don't need something like a CFD 18. And why this is so important, this is, again, it's hard to package this in a small soundbite, but our ability to provide housing for the middle class for our workforce is 100% tied to a tax sharing agreement with the county. If we can't figure it out, there's going to be a lot more new things like CFD 18 and 19 and 20 and 2000, whatever it's going to be, that keeps passing on costs to consumers, and this is the wrong time to do that. I agree with Council Vice President. I am hesitant to support this, but I want to buy us some time so we can go negotiate. My ultimate goal will be to eliminate CFD 18 with a revised tax sharing agreement. It may happen in a month, it may happen in a year, it may happen in 2 years, but it will happen. We've been historically at this point before, and we're going to get there. And my hope is to come back with this to this council with a measure, because a CFD 18 will no longer be required. We can get back to business. And right now, though, we need to be very careful of what we do, because we don't want to discourage the kind of market rate development that people in the middle class, the workforce, need to be able to afford. And we need to increase housing supply. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple questions. And, you know, I said this last time we were touching around the edges of this conversation, but I think this is going to be a very important message that we send our folks and people thinking about coming here and investing on the type of approach we take to resolve the housing crisis that we're going through. I've heard, you know, the term, oh, is it a supply issue? Is it a demand issue? And I think right now when we look at what the market is, I think it's a combination of things, but I have some specific questions because I think they're relevant today. City Manager, at the heart of this conversation is our MOU agreement with the county. I think everybody knows that, right? And we're not right now in the spirit of throwing Molotov cocktails at each other, because I don't think that's going to fix anything. But just for the benefit of the public, our position is the 50-50 is what the city is advocating for, correct? Is that what our official position is that we presented to the county?
Mayor, you want to?
Because I think the public needs to know what numbers we're dealing with.
I don't know that we've come up with a specific number, but I do know what conversations that have occurred. There has not been a willingness to even move 1%. And then there was one conversation that I had with a particular board of supervisor that may have allowed it to move for 2%. I don't think moving 2 points is going to give us what we need as a city in order to support future public safety out on our fringe. And so the conversations are going to have to get much more real in terms of a higher percentage. Does it need to be 50-50? Ultimately, that's going to be a council and administration decision. Personally, I don't think so. But we do need to get far more than 3 or 4 percentage points.
And that's what I'm trying to get to, Mayor, because I think we've gone kind of back and forth. And you remember when yourself, myself, we met out with our county folks, and it was a lot of non-starter conversations, right? Where I think we're trying to get to a place where there is consensus on some areas. We heard different versions of that, right? Because I think the elephant in the room is that the county has a Me Too clause with every other single city that we have here, right? 14 other cities that we have. That's the problem they're trying to deal with. We know, and our city manager has said this over and over, we're not like every other city. We are a big metropolitan hub that attracts a lot of folks that come here to get services and resources. So we shouldn't be treated like a smaller city, for example. Understanding that dynamic, and city manager, I think you would agree, we have to be a little bit more transparent and clear so that the public understands exactly how we're getting to that methodology of why we feel we should get 50-50 or whatever our official position is going to be, because within that analysis that they have presented to us, they've made the argument of social services, they've made the argument of public health, they made a number of arguments. I want to actually see what that data looks like and see if it's correct or it's not correct. And so my question is, at what point will the council get all of that information from them if they presented that to us, and what our position will be so that we can craft a policy and be in agreement on what we're actually going to be lobbying and advocating for?
Okay. I thought the council had all that information because it's been over a year ago.
Well, so this actually predates us.
Yeah.
This was under the previous administration, so I was not aware that, so I understand the county commissioned a study, the city commissioned a study prior to Mayor Dyer taking office, and we can go back and pull those documents and provide them. That's not a problem.
Yeah, and it's more than that, City Manager. I think we need to update them because, as you've pointed out, costs have gone up, right? And I'm sure they're going to make the same argument. And as we go through this conversation, it would be helpful to have everything on the table so that our residents know exactly how we're utilizing our resources and why it's important, and also what the county is doing. They should be transparent with that conversation as well. If it costs X amount of dollars to provide social services for foster kids or for senior citizens or for whatever program that they're administering, that should be part of the conversation, because I think we're saying the same thing, but there's disagreement on how much we're incurring as a cost, how much the county is incurring as a cost, and that's always been the roadblock. Mayor, you've seen that up front as we've sat from the negotiating table with those folks. I think we got to get some numbers and have at least a common consensus on what those numbers are for cost.
I'd be happy to work with the staff to work on getting that updated.
And I think it's important to note that there's two different, one of them for industrial. So I would argue that if you're going to take a piece of bare land and you're going to develop that land into something that has tremendous value, and you're going to put people to work on that property, you're going to lower the demand of services from the county, from social services and a number of others, because you're putting people to work. And so industrial development should be something separate. On the residential side, it's very simple for me. If you have an existing piece of dirt, it has minimal dollar value. So the county's getting minimal dollars from that in terms of revenue, property tax revenue. If you develop that into housing, now you're increasing the value of that property 100-fold, and that is now being split between the city and the county. And so is it better to get, for the county, 62% of a zero value or 1%, or is it better for them to get, say, 55% of something that's valued now at $500,000 or $1 million? That's the argument we really need to be, or the discussion we really need to have at the county and study. If these properties are built out, what is going to be the increased value? And even if they lower their percentage, they're still going to derive more money based on the increased value of the property.
And that's the point where I want to get the conversation to, Mayor, where we're actually talking about tangible numbers and statistics and not just theoretical, like, you know, we don't like you, you don't like us. Okay, well, let's talk about some real numbers that affect people here on a daily basis. To that point, City Manager, as we're preparing the documents and the data, the CFDs that we have in place, the other CFDs, we know that they pay for landscaping, they pay for the street maintenance within those developments. The costs that we factored into the bigger picture, are those the roads that lead to these developments? Is it the infrastructure, the sewer, the water? Because you don't have to answer that right now, but I do want to get that breakdown of what the cost is, because we're talking about it's $112 per dwelling or whatnot. Like that, it'd be helpful to have the backup rationale and documentation as to how we're getting to that dollar amount.
I want to make sure I understand your question. Are you talking about on the CFD 18 numbers? Or
CFD 18s, we have CFD 9, we have a number of other CFDs as well.
Yes, we absolutely have that methodology and can give it to you.
And we know, and as we're having this conversation, I think it's an opportunity because we all have them in our district. Everybody that buys a home now has an assessed value that hasn't been modified since 1985 or whatnot, as our Public Works Director Moser has mentioned. That I think a lot of people don't know, and that's why I think we get a lot of oftentimes the angry emails on why is my median island not landscaped?
Right,
Why is the surrounding area
the old
not
LLMD?
maintained?
Yes.
So I would like to see that included so that the council has all of that information and we're able to digest it and actually have a policy conversation and talk about real numbers, because I think there's some consensus to build there with the county and have this conversation. And I know it's silly season, I know it's political season, but at the end of the day, we got to get some work done. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi, punched up again. Anybody else wish to speak at this time? Councilmember Arias?
Can we?
No.
In response to one of the points that were brought up, if I may, maybe after Councilmember.
Was it in regards to something Councilmember Carbasi brought up?
Yes.
He could still bring them up for questions. Councilmember Carbasi, is this something you want to allow?
Was there a comment on something I said?
Yes.
What was the issue? Please go ahead.
The issue really is, and also to what Council Member Pereira brought up, if you can put up the heat map on slide 18 from the PowerPoint present, you should have it. I think you should have it. It's on your I think agenda item.
Darius, we individually have it, but it'll take a while to get it up on the
Okay,
screen.
so the heat map shows where the demand for services are, which is basically downtown Fresno and a few other parts of the Fresno that have, it's your fire department that shows where the demand is. And that's where you're really short dollars on. And the dollars that you're trying to actually collect taxes, additional CFT taxes, are on areas that actually have very little demand for police and fire. So you're trying to tax folks. By the way, these folks haven't moved in yet. They're going to get taxed before they have an opportunity to vote on that tax for areas of town that actually have the highest amount of demand, which is really in downtown Fresno, parts of Southwest and Southeast.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, the floor is
Thank
yours.
you, Council President. I just want to, before I start with my 20,000 questions, I want to point out one thing to the applicant's comments. Your assessment is correct that people who have not yet moved into the city of Fresno are being asked to pay an additional tax. But it's also true that city of Fresno residents have been paying a public safety tax on their property tax bill for decades to subsidize the public services across the whole city, and without any guaranteed level of service. It's in our property tax rolls. It has been for more than 20 years. So city residents have been subsidizing and providing additional revenue for public safety for decades. And new folks that don't live in the city have not been paying that tax for more than 20 years. But with that, Director Moser, can you walk me through the facilities maintenance district? Where do they exist and where do they not exist?
Council, just to clarify, all of the maintenance districts, various ones? Absolutely. So there are quite a number. Just briefly, in most of the 1990s development, those are in the LLMD. That's the Landscape Lighting Maintenance District. So those tend to be, there have been some comments about something like south of Herndon. Actually, there are almost none in the core of the city south of Herndon. The LLMD, those tend to be areas like around north of Herndon, around Alluvial, that type of area. West of 99, those tend to be around maybe the Cornelia to Polk Avenue
kind of
areas.
new development areas?
The subdivisions that developed in the late 80s and 1990s. So those are in the LLMD. As Councilmember Chavez pointed out, those rates are all frozen by virtue of Prop 218 back in 1996 without an election. And we have been successful on some elections in the past to adjust rates. Then the city has about over 100 subdivisions in what's called Community Facilities District Number 2. That was from 97 up to about 2005. Those are landscape only, and they actually have escalators on them. So those are in good shape, but they only take care of the perimeter landscaping. That evolved council 18 years ago, 2005, adopted the one we're still using today, CFD number 11. And that's really a full-service CFD. So again, those are subdivisions that have been built in the last 20 years. And they include concrete repair, street lighting. Last decade have been asphalt maintenance as well. We've been doing slurry seals with those neighborhoods. We have staff down, staff has been growing thanks to council support for CFD maintenance. Then council also formed CFD number 9. That's your commercial industrial. That's been in place the last 15 years, so that includes developments like, for example, we get compliments from people entering Northwest Fresno on Herndon Avenue near Riverside. El Paseo Marketplace is in CFD 9. That development, the commercial development, actually pays for monthly median island landscape maintenance, and I'm very pleased to say it looks very sharp out there, and thanks, 100% paid for by CFD 9, their assessments. And then lastly, we have in Copper River, we have 2 special districts, 12 and 15 for Copper River West and Copper River East. And again, those are fully self-sustaining, no general fund, no gas tax, no other sources in there.
So, Mr. Mosier, is it fair to describe that the city has several special assessment districts to cover a variety of different neighborhood infrastructure needs?
Yes.
And they all have a different assessment level based on when they were created, based on what they cover, and based on that variety, there's also a variety level of services provided in each of the respective areas, right?
Absolutely, and based upon council policy and at the time of the formation of those districts.
And is it fair to say that whenever there's a shortfall in maintaining any of those respective areas with their variety of needs, that it is a general fund responsibility to cover that cost?
Either a general fund responsibility or the service is simply not provided. For example, in the LLMD, to date, there has not been a policy direction to say, let's subsidize that service and let's bring other funding into them. Instead, the approach has been working with the neighbors, with property owners to say, we can keep on doing what we're doing. And we bid it out. We've got the best value for you. This is what we can provide. Or here would be the cost per year if you want to vote, yourselves.
So when the Fresno Bee does a story about the lack of trees in South Fresno and shade that exists, when neighbors complain about the lack of medium island landscape replacement in the inner part of the city, or when we have to rely on a state grant to plant trees on Elm Avenue because they haven't existed for decades, that is all part and parcel because there isn't an assessment district that's generating enough revenue to cover those costs as you would have it in your development area, correct?
That is correct.
And if we are unsuccessful in getting any federal state grants or adjusting revenues in those special districts, then ultimately the backdrop is a general fund, correct?
Yes.
And City Manager, what percentage of the general fund goes to public safety? Are we up to 70%?
City Manager, I have that number.
Oh, thank you.
In the analysis. So it was 68% for this current fiscal year as approved by the council. And then it was, and it varies year to year, and we also found when the consultant analysis was done, 2022, it was 64%. So council's actually increased that by 4%,
yes,
up to 68.
Correct. So I'm going to try and describe a couple of things that I hope are undisputed facts amongst my colleagues and the general public. And they include the following for our city. We've heard that we need a new public safety radio infrastructure. The price ranges between $30 and $40 million.
At some point in the future, we will.
Right, in the future.
Not today.
We need new fire and police stations, correct? That costs, what, on the cheap side, $5 to $10 million now?
Fire stations, about 10 million, ballpark, 8 to 10 million.
We provided record salary raises for our firefighters and our police officers, correct?
Correct.
And a multiple-year commitment to them?
Correct.
The mayor has made it very clear that he wants 1,000 officers for the city, correct?
I believe that was the police chief, and the mayor, of course,
I remember
would
the
never
mayor
dispute
making
that
a
as
few
well.
commitments.
Yes, and we're very close to getting there.
Eventually,
Yes,
yes.
eventually, yes.
Which means that you need future revenue, correct?
Correct.
All right. We know that it costs more money to provide services in the fringes of the city, right? More distance, new fire and police stations that have to be built, more miles traveled, gas is going up every year, and everybody needs a new car. And we also know that the tax sharing agreement from the County of Fresno and the city doesn't fully compensate us to cover services for that growth area in the fringes. And as a result, sprawl development loses the city of Fresno money. Another fact is city residents have continuously for more than 20 years paid a special assessment tax and their property bills that goes towards funding the police and fire and city public pension system. As a result, we have a fully funded pension system. The vast majority that goes to police and fire. So city residents, through their property taxes, have been subsidizing our public safety cost. City residents have been subsidizing sprawl development for decades. And city residents rely on the general fund. 70% of it goes to public safety if there isn't any new assessments or state or federal dollars to fix existing neighborhoods. Another fact, from my understanding, was the applicant before us was asking for us to essentially waive his public safety fees, which I understand were in the range of $254,000 annually. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
What
for
was
this
the
specific-
cost for the applicant's appeal annually?
Was it 71 lots, Darius? 162 times 71. 11 though times 12. 138,000?
No, 11,000 roughly.
A month.
A year.
Oh, a year. 11,000 a year. Yeah, 11,000 a year.
So 11,000 a year per year. Before us, the solution is essentially summarized as two options. Option one, the compromise by the administration and member Sparza would cost us nearly $2 million a year. Option two, the proposal to eliminate the District 18 completely would cost us $12 million a year, annually.
Once again, I just want to caution,
Estimated.
at full build-out,
Correct.
not starting next year, at full build-out.
But to your point, City Manager, when we give raises, we account for the full raise at full build-out too. But, right, we always account for full
We
execution.
account for, when we give raises, for it being in perpetuity.
Correct. We budget in perpetuity.
Yes.
So before us came a request for waiving essentially a few $1,000s of impact fees, but the solution, the cheapest one before us, is $2 million annually, and the other one is $12 million annually at full built out. I don't know how we got here where the cure is worse than the disease. And in my view, we proceed with any of these options, we're going to violate our oath, which is to do no harm to the city in the future. We constantly complain about why did the administration or the council kick the can down the road and not adjust, to Prop 218 fees? Why did the council not build that facility 10 years ago? Why didn't they do this? And essentially, we are committing the future council, who's going to have to deal with the full build-out, to enormous amount of budget shortfall in the tens of millions of dollars. And what strikes me with more worrisome is that as this is proposed, families attending Edison High School, Washington Union, and Central Unified would be subsidizing families that attend Clovis Unified on how these proposals were written. Because we're not saying no one pays, we're just saying certain people with a certain date don't pay. And that's alarming for me because when we're referencing working families, I'm not sure how you define that or how some people define it. But in my district, the average income is $45,000 a year. It's much lower at Washington Union. and it's around that range in Central Unified. I can assure you, if you look at free and reduced lunch rates at Central, Fresno Unified, and Washington Union, they're far higher than in Clovis Unified. So market rate housing in Clovis Unified, if you can afford to rent there in this property, would be subsidized by working families in Central, Fresno, and Washington Union. That's our solution. And we're doing this at the 11th hour by putting our professional staff, including the city manager, to do math on her phone to figure out what is a fiscal exposure to the city years ahead of us and in the immediate term in this upcoming budget. I don't, unless the mayor is going to magically get up and say, I don't want 1,000 officers, or I'm not going to pay for a $30 million radio system for police and fire, or we're going to pull back salary increases that we've committed to, or we're going to magically convince the board of supervisors to pay us our fair share, I'm not sure how we pay for this. And it's not I appreciate the position people are in with, record interest rates in the housing market, but it puts in a very tough predicament that I have to tell my neighbors and my residents, we can't fix the street because the only funding source after we fail to receive federal and state money is taking it from police and fire. And now I have to turn to them and say, but don't worry, if you want to move to Clovis Unified, we'll give you a discounted rate there because you won't have to pay the fee that everyone else pays in the fringes. This cure is far worse than the disease that was proposed just a week ago, and I would ask the proponents to go back and try to figure this out where it's not a multi-million-dollar imposition on us in this immediate budget or on future councils. I don't see how we got here to this point where this is a solution that some of the brightest minds in Fresno could come up with. So, and I fully appreciate the position that we put you in, city manager and the rest of the staff. This has been an ongoing issue for, I'm assuming, several months at least. But at the very least, I would want more time to figure out a least lethal and disruptive option than what's before us. Because no urban planning, housing expert, development, or fiscal watchdog would say that this is good public policy. And it's not a reflection of staff's work, because you guys all been put in a position to generate something at the last minute, but this cure by far is far worse than the disease and the solution that folks were seeking just a week ago. And a multi-million-dollar subsidy by inner city residents who've lived here for decades is not the solution to fringe development for market rate single-family housing. Thank you.
So I know most people that wanted to speak on this item have done so already. I see most of them punched up a second time. I'll start calling on folks. But let's just make sure we're not spinning our wheels, that we're adding something new to the
Point of order,
conversation.
Council President. Just wanted to make a motion to approve before the next
I
speakers.
got a motion from Esparza. Got a second from Carbasi. All right. Next up, we have Councilmember Carbasi.
Oh, this is getting interesting. I think some of us have a very different definition of what fact actually means. A false choice is an old political trick. If we don't do this, this is going to happen. If you do this, your trees aren't going to be trimmed. That's not true. We're talking about $11,000 a year. If we can't trim your trees because we're spending $11,000 a year encouraging housing and not passing on taxes to new homeowners, then we're in a lot of fiscal trouble. That's not what's happening, folks. The fact of the matter is, there is no special tax on your property taxes, like it was just said, that you're paying for public safety. We collect property taxes. If you pay rent, you pay rent, that money goes to the property owner, and they pay property taxes, and that makes up the general fund. If you are fortunate enough to be able to achieve the American dream of buying your own home in this city, and it's getting harder and harder to do that, but if you can do that, you pay property tax, that goes to the general fund. We have these pretty amazing things we've had for years called CFDs, not CFD 18, just the regular ones that offer enhanced services. The resident, you, will pay into a fund. That way you get regular maintenance, like the lighting being maintained,
sidewalks being maintained, landscaping being maintained, but you pay for it. It's like having an HOA without all the headaches. It's a great thing. And I've often advocated we need maybe a citywide CFD or regional CFDs so the residents, so neighborhoods in the more traditional existing parts of town can look like some of these newer neighborhoods. But again, these are things the residents pay for. So I don't want people, this is getting way out of hand, I don't want anyone freaking out. I'm gonna go back to what Councilmember Chavez said. What we don't need are false choices. We're gonna need to be able to work with people that we disagree with, to be able to pass a really strong tax sharing agreement so that we don't have to create these things like CFD 18s that don't even offer enhanced services. These new homeowners are going to have to pay for the same kind of general fund service the rest of us have not been paying for, but we're getting for years. Even if that particular development, because of the higher property values, actually generates and subsidizes existing neighborhoods by increasing the general fund. I do want to state, though, that it's not easy making these decisions. What I'm trying to do is buy us time, and what this actually does, and I'm going to thank Councilmember Esparza for this actually rolls back that CFD 18 tax and reduces tax housing to me, because the question was brought up. It's someone like me, or most of us out there, we don't qualify for government housing. We don't want government housing that costs $500,000 a unit. I want to go be able to more that false choice policy.
This is the county to say we don't need to sit down with the city of Fresno. They've taxed their citizens once again. And the fact that they view the city of Fresno as a financial burden reflects the attitude that they have. But the problem that I see isn't a fiscal one in terms of getting a tax sharing agreement. The problem is a political one. The county clearly has an attitude that is arrogant. That's reflected by the Board of Supervisors in the fact that they don't feel the need to sit down with the county. When there was a meeting, I guess that involved the mayor and other folks, their attitude was one they didn't have to negotiate with the city of Fresno. They have a complete disregard for the needs of the citizens of Fresno. I mean, half of them forget that the city of Fresno is in the county of Fresno. And that is why we are at the place we're at. In reality, I think the fact that they have not negotiated an agreement, they have their study that says they provide more than enough money to us for the services that we provide. We have a study that says they don't, and the tax sharing agreement is unfair. So the reason why this is not getting done is basically due to political reasons. It's not fiscal, and an arrogant attitude from the Board of Supervisors that they don't have to negotiate with the city of Fresno. We are obviously the largest city in Fresno County, and you would think that they would have a vested interest in working out, addressing the concerns that the citizens of Fresno have, and that this body has, and that the mayor of Fresno has, but they haven't. They passed a budget, $4.8 billion that they just passed. It was done in one public hearing, less than an hour, no public comment, and the fact is, tax sharing agreement wasn't brought up in one instance. Nobody brought it up, nobody discussed it. And the conflict with the largest city in the county of Fresno was not even discussed, Council. We spend a month going through our $2 billion budget. We have all the department heads who come and present their budget. We talk about the needs of the city, and it takes us a month to get it passed. So the real reality, if we get through all of the nonsense that I think we get involved with, and I don't mean as a body, I mean just dealing with the county and their arrogance, this is a political problem. It's not a fiscal problem. We can debate numbers all day long. They'll have their numbers, we'll have our numbers. And the fact is we have a tax sharing agreement that once was at 50-50, and then it somehow changed, and it is not working for the citizens of Fresno. We are needing to provide housing. It doesn't, with the tax sharing agreement, cover the costs of providing all the services that we need. And the county needs to understand that. They need to get off their asses and work with the city of Fresno and solve this problem. And the fact is they have no incentive to do so, and providing the CFD 18 gives them even more incentive not to work with the city of Fresno or Mayor Dyer to get this problem solved. So here we are, spinning our wheels, going round and round. They don't feel the need to work with the largest city in the county to resolve this problem because they also approve projects way out into the county. They don't believe in sequential growth and sequential development. They just have these sporadic developments that they approve. And that's certainly not helpful to the city of Fresno and to the other cities within the county. So the reality is that's what needs to change. The attitude from the county that they don't have to sit down and negotiate with the mayor. They don't have to sit down and negotiate with this council. And they obviously have no concern about doing that. And that's reflected in people who pass a $5 billion budget in less than 1 hour with one public hearing and no public comment. I can assure the citizens of Fresno, as we continue to debate this in the county of Fresno, that is all going to change shortly. That is going to change March 5th, and it's going to change when there is a change on that board come January, and there will be changes on that board. And so we all need to talk about what really is going on here, because we've spun our wheels with our study and their study, and the fact is it hasn't changed. So until there's a change there, this won't change, and I intend to ensure that there are changes at the board. And the next time they approve a budget, it shouldn't be in less than 1 hour on a $5 billion budget. That's what I have to say. Thanks.
Councilmember Bredefeld, appreciate your comments and hopefully your support on this resolution. From what I've heard from you this meeting and at this meeting, as well as that you were never a fan fundamentally of the CFD 18 in particular. And fundamentally what this resolution does is we're at a point where presently it applies to, it's very widely applicable. And if we were to pass this resolution, it would scale back at least these 15 properties or 15 projects that we heard from Scott about, as well as potentially some more prospective ones, though I'm not sure how lucky we would have been with the prospective, but at minimum, it'll scale back. So I know your preference is to probably eliminate or not have it at all and to have a tax sharing agreement, but as things stand, if we were to pass this, we would at least scale it back, and that's what this resolution accomplishes. So we take that into consideration.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your efforts, Councilman Esparza. I really do. I know you're trying to address this, make it so it's more feasible. In December last year, I voted against the CFD 18. I do think we are double taxing our citizens. For that reason, as much as I would like to support you in your efforts, because I know where you're coming from, and it really is of a place of trying to address this problem. I can't support it today. I appreciate what you're doing. And I hope the message is loud and clear to the board that we're not going to tolerate this. We'll call it out for what it is. A tax sharing agreement should have happened long ago. They need to have some interest and investment in working with the largest city that provides the most resources to them to provide their services within the county. And that's where I hope we get to. But I greatly appreciate what you're trying to do here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, if you in the next 10 minutes or so before we vote, if you mull it over, again, it's 15 less projects where there's this double taxing that you're not a big fan of, and I think I see where you're going in terms of trying to create an incentive for these folks to come to the table. But you said it yourself. I mean, I think it's a political issue, and I don't think anything we do policy-wise here can compel them to do what they need to do. I think. As you alluded to, there are other variables, right, that might get us there. So I don't think there's any policy incentive that we're creating that helps bring it to the table. And I think we'll see less of the double taxing, just to kind of frame it for you, right? I think we're seeing the same thing, but we're seeing it differently. So next 10 minutes, if you want
to. 10 minutes is generous. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Councilman. I will be very brief. I know that our partners over at the county have heard us. I've gotten a couple of text messages since Councilmember Bredefeld was being very nice to them. Just have a request for our city manager and our staff, along with the data that we're going to be working through, because I think we're having a mini conversation of the bigger, broad conversation about development and how we pay for it. I think we're still going through a little bit of the general plan hangover, because we're still repeating some of the Kool-Aid that was fed to us back then. So I want to make sure that we have all the data and all the facts, so that we don't just make statements from the dais that says that this side of town is subsidizing that side of town and whatnot. The heat map that was referenced earlier, I think would be very helpful for the council as we're crafting this policy. Where exactly are the services being utilized by police and fire, and where they're not? Because I think and the mayor made a really great observation earlier with regards to industrial, but it also applies to residential, right? The areas that have grown are contributing sales and property taxes to the general fund amount. Is that amount enough? That's a conversation. That's why we want to get the data and the figures that we have. But we had Marjorie Mason Center earlier reference a couple of zip codes where they're getting calls for service for domestic violence. What exactly does that formula entail for police service calls? Are police officers responding to the inner city more, or are they responding to the outskirts more? Because that's, I think, a very important stat that we're going to need to figure out how we formulate these figures that we're going through. So that's my only request, City Manager. The heat map of where services are being requested from our residents, I think will be very helpful for police and fire. I think that's the biggest chunk of the services that we provide. With that, thank you, Council President. And I won't punch up again, promise.
Don't make promises you can't keep. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. I just have one clarifying question for the administration or the city attorney. Can you confirm for me that the item before us would essentially waive this assessment from 12,000 potential housing units, correct? Is that the formula? That we got to $1.86 thousand at full build out? New development in existing city limits annexed before August 29th of 2020?
It would not be applicable to approximately 10,000 single-family homes and 2,000 multifamily dwelling units, unless the city attorney's office would like to correct me.
Is that correct, city attorney?
That's our interpretation as well.
So we're not talking about the 71 housing units that the applicant appealed. We're now have expanded, waiving the fees for this assessment to 12,000 units? Is that, for that record, is that correct?
In the interest of equal treatment of all properties prior to August 2020.
Correct.
So the appeal was, the subject of appeal was a 71 lot. So you are partially accurate, I think, in that, yes, then the resolution in front of you would then have the 12,000 units it would not be applicable to. But I want to go back, though, because I think it's really important that one of the main reasons why we're here today is because of the ambiguity from the beginning on behalf of the industry as to when this would apply. So I know we talked a lot about, we should have talked a lot more about this at the end of 22 when we formed the CFD, but I think, this was a reaction to the comments that we heard from the policymakers as to how this was being implemented, and perhaps some disagreement over how the administration chose to implement it. And I think the purpose here is for you to provide clarifying input. And once again, it's in your hands how you choose us to implement it. We will implement it at the will of the policymakers.
So
either way.
So with that, is it fair to say that this body can just simply decide that we're only going to apply this to the 71 units that were before us on appeal instead of the 12,000 units that's being recommended?
So just to clarify, before the council right now is not the appeal,
Understood.
but to your question, when you are discussing the appeal, you can choose to remove the condition from that specific development, yes.
Instead of taking this on?
Yes.
Okay, my secondary request for the administration is you provided us the numbers of this item as submitted would have a $1,864,000 impact on an annual basis to the city when fully built out. The other item that was discussed in this context would have an $11.8 million annual impact when fully built out if the CFD 18 is entirely eliminated. What I'd like to receive in a public document, because this is not about pending litigation, this is basic financial fiscal impacts of our policymaking decision, is a formula that was utilized, a complete formula that was utilized to come up with these fiscal impact analysis. So how many units, what was incorporated into that formula? Did we incorporate the current MOU with police and fire and all the other labor groups in terms of cost? Did we incorporate any other assessments that are out there? So I'd like to see the actual formula provided to the governing body and to the general public as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, I did want to provide clarification. While the council may do an exception for an application before the council, we have advised in the past, and we stand by the advice provided, that there is no legal mechanism to do that, and that could create liability.
Correct. So in essence, you're asking us not to do one-offs, but to set policy that addresses a general question?
They're not asking you to set policy, I am.
Yeah, we're not asking you to do anything.
In terms of the recommended approach is not to do one-offs. Is that what I understood?
What we are saying is that we don't know of a legal mechanism to accomplish that. And so you have other options. Councilmember Esparza's brought forward one option. Councilmember Carbasi has another option that's on the table. So,
and the applicant technically brought another option forward too in the form of appeal, correct?
I don't know if that was exactly in the appeal. I think that the second option that you're talking about, are you referencing Councilmember Esparza's?
No. So let me try and get clear on this. The initial, what brought this subject matter before the governing body was an appeal from an applicant seeking an $11,000 waiving of fees and a condition to participate in CFD 18, which would equate to $11,000 per unit for 71 units. Member Cabalsi brought forward an option to eliminate CFD 18 completely. That's on the agenda today. Member Esparza with the administration brought forward another option to simply set a time when this district applies and to whom it applies that would result in a $1.8 million annual revenue loss for the city, right? So
I can summarize our advice on those three options. And so we believe that Councilmember Carbasi's resolution is legally defensible. Councilmember Esparza's resolution is legally defensible. We don't think that the applicant's initial appeal suggestion is legally defensible because we don't know of a legal mechanism to get there.
Understood.
And that would create liability.
okay, I now understand your position. Thank you. Those are my questions. Again, I'd like to see this information provided to the council and the public by this week. It's a formula that already exists, so you guys should be able to just produce it in a memo to us. But I think the general public needs to see all the inputs and all the outputs that have generated the fiscal impact that's been presented today. Thank you all.
Council Vice President Perea.
Director Mosier, I just wanted to clarify something you previously said. Did you say that we use general funds to cover shortfalls in CFDs, otherwise services in that particular CFD would not be provided?
Council, today we're not utilizing general fund to cover shortfalls in any of the existing CFDs. If the assessment is lower, if it's frozen, as in the case of the LLMD by Prop 218, we're simply providing a lower level of service in that area.
So how would that work for public safety? How do we provide a lower level of service when it comes to public safety in a particular area?
Council, I'm not sure that would be, again, that would be a policy call, of the chiefs, right, of the police chief or fire chief. How do you, as they do today, how do you provide the best possible service with the resources that they have? on a citywide basis. Today, the public safety has not yet had the benefit of CFD 18 revenue coming in for those specific areas, so it's a citywide program.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Carbasi, I know you're punched up. I would like to call for the question unless you'd like to.
I was going to use the bell. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I don't have anybody else punched up at this time. City Clerk, it sounds like there's a split here. I'm going to ask for you to do a roll call vote on this one, please.
Certainly. This is a motion to approve the special CFD 18 item on special meeting item. A motion by Councilmember Esparza, second by Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Nay.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
No.
Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 4-3.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our 1025 hearing.
Thank you.
That's in consideration of an appeal filed regarding vesting tentative track map number 6366. I believe the parties in the chamber would find this relevant. Councilmember Esparza, we did close the hearing last time. However, we did not end the discussion.
I'll make a motion to
deliberation.
approve the appeal.
Motion to approve the appeal. Got a
Council
second by
President,
Chavez.
Council President, just if we can just clarify, consistent, move to grant the appeal consistent with the resolution you just passed.
What you just said.
Okay, motion
So I'll
consistent.
make a motion to approve the appeal consistent with the resolution passed that establishes CFD 18 policy.
Chavez, you second that? Anybody wish to comment on this? Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Okay, that will take us to our last contested consent item. That's going to be 1N as a NORA resolution directing the city attorney to draft the Workforce Housing Affordability Act. This was pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Now that we voted on this one item, there's no need for this item anymore at this time, so I'm going to remove the item from the agenda. I'm going to postpone, I make a motion to postpone the item indefinitely.
Second that.
I got a motion from Carbasi to postpone indefinitely, a second by Esparza. Seeing nobody punched up, is there any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 7-0. All right, folks, that will bring us to the end of our open session. We do have closed session at this time. City Attorney, would you please let the folks at home know what we'll be discussing and whether or not we could be expected to report out afterwards?
Thank you, Council President. Item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sharon Jackson versus City of Fresno. Item B was removed. Item C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item E, public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. We may expect to have reportable items after closed session. What's up?
We would like to thank everyone for joining us at our council meeting today. The meeting ended in closed session at 3:30 p.m. and there is and there is nothing to report from closed session. Thank you.